שבת אחים גם יחד. הנה מה טוב ומה נעים, שבת אחים גם יחד. שבת אחים גם יחד.
Dear friends and congregants from all over the places, thank you for joining us this evening via Zoom, Facebook, YouTube, on this, I think, very special evening. We have Shavuot. Shavuot is one of these amazing festivals, not because it has a lot of rituals we need to fulfill. Actually, there are none required by the Torah, as the Bikurim, the mitzvah of bringing the first fruits, was only linked to the temple or the place of the central worship. But it is the festival where actually we are now on the receiving end. We receive the Torah generation by generation, individual by individual, every single day. And on Shavuot, we celebrate this choice, this giving of the Torah to us. God has chosen us. In return, we choose to be Jewish. And I think this is the amazing image, this wonderful wedding ceremony of the Jewish people with God we are celebrating today, which makes me so proud to be Jewish, and I hope so also all of you. This evening we have, I think, a very special service because we invited our young learners to join us in reading parts of the service to us, for us, and they all sent in wonderful little videos doing the prayers and doing also giving some statements about their faith. This festival is important for all of us, especially in this time of the lockdown, because it reaffirms that we can be connected not only through a physical attendance at a service, going to a place, but also by inviting this joy and this connectedness in our community, in our own homes. So this is all a festival about celebration of choice, of being connected, of being one community. We will use our prayer book, Mishkan Tfilah. All the page numbers are below and in the live chat commentaries of Facebook and YouTube. Please bear in mind we are using Zoom as an additional source this evening, so I hope that it works out and that you all can understand. If there is a little bit an echo, if there is some clinches, please forgive us. This is a very special service as we try to bring in as many people as possible. So please bear with us a short second here and there if we need to switch over from the one to the other source. Later on this evening, we have the Night of Learning, beginning with Stephen Friedman talking about the Torah. Of course, that's the festival of the Torah. And then later on, the National Night of Learning, the Tikkun Leil Shavuot, with all my colleagues from the SAUPJ and future colleagues, future rabbis. I can promise you a very amazing night is waiting to all of you. Chag Sameach, welcome to our service, and please enjoy. We continue with lighting the candles by Diane McCall. Thank you also to Diane as our Cheder teacher for doing this amazing job in raising our children and giving them so much inspiration to be Jews by choice every single day. Thank you.
Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kiddishanu b'mitzvotav, v'tzivanu lahadlik ner shel Yom Tov. May these festival lights open our eyes to the joys in life, beauty that delights the eye, freedom to be ourselves, the knowledge of Torah that shapes our moral being, the heritage of celebration that unites us as a people. Blessed are you, eternal our God, the sovereign of the universe, for giving us life, sustaining us, and enabling us to reach this season. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, shehechiyanu v'kiyamanu v'higiyanu lazman hazeh. Amen.
Far away, yet close to our hearts, the crops ripening and growing softer, the promise of harvest fulfilled. The sun warms again the lands of our ancestors. Now the vision of Torah, the world at peace and growing gentler, the promise of goodness fulfilled. The loving heart lies open to the mind.
Thank you. Our journey through this evening leads us now to the Shema Yisrael, wonderfully recited by our learners of the Cheder. So we will now have the first group of learners. We have Ross, we have Idan, Jared, Vine, who will read for us the Shema and its prayers, followed then by, of course, some wonderful tunes sung by our choir. We are on page 496 for the Ma'arif Aravim.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher bidvaro ma'ariv aravim, bechokma poteach sharim, uvitvona misaneh itim, umachalif et hazmanim, misader et hakochamim, bemishomrotehem bakaria kirtzonot, bore yom valayla. Goel or mifane choshech, vechoshech mifane or. Uma'avir yom uma'avi laila. Umavdil bein yom uvein laila. Adonai tzvaot shemo. El chai vayakam. Tamid yimloch aleinu leolam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai hama'ariv aravim. Ahavat Olam, Beit Yisrael Amcha Ahavata, Torah umitzot, Chukim umishpatim otanu limadata, Al kain Adonai Eloheinu, Beshachbeinu uvekumenu, Nashiach bechokecha, Venishmach bedivrei Toratecha, Uvitzotecha leolam vaed. Ki hem choyenu ba'oretz yimeinu, uvahem neged yomam v'alayla, v'ahavatenu. Al chasid mimeinu leolamim, Baruch atah Adonai, ohev amo Yisrael.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad, Baruch Shem Kavod Ma'atshu To Le'omlam Vahed, Vahavta et Adonai Eloheinu, B'chol lavshavecha, U'b'chol nafshecha, U'b'chol me'odecha, V'ru hadvarim ha'ele Risha Anu Metaz Hayom al lefacha veshinamtam la lehna vanecha vedibata bam beshivtecha bevetecha uvelechatecha vadi rech uvchoch becha uvchomecha uchasha tam leot yadecha al ve'ayu letotahot beyin enicha ukadtav al nezozot betecha uvisharicha.
ואהבת את אדוני אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודך. והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבביך, ושיננתם לבניך ודיברת בם, ושבתך בביתך ובלכתך בדרך ובשוכבך ובפניך. וקשרתם לאות על ידיך והיו לטות לפות בין עיניך, וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך.
ויאמר אדוני אל משה לאמור, דבר אל בני ישראל, ואמרת עליהם ועשו להם ציצית על כנפי בגדיהם לדורותם, ונתנו על ציצית הכנף פתיל תכלת, והיה לכם לציצית וריתם אותו. וזכרתם את כל מצוות אדוני, ועשיתם אותם, ולא תתורו אחרי לבביכם ואחרי עיניכם, אשר אתם זונים אחריהם.
למען תזכרו ועשיתם את כל מצוותיי, והייתם קדושים לאלוהיכם, אני אדוני אלוהיכם, אשר הוצאתי אתכם מארץ מצרים, להיות לכם לאלוהים, אני אדוני אלוהיכם, אדוני אלוהיכם אמת. Page 404. אמת ואמונה כל זאת וקיים עלינו, כי הוא אדוני אלוהינו, ואין זולתו, ואנחנו ישראל עמו. Hold fast to dreams, for if dreams die, life is a broken-winged bird, which cannot fly. Hold fast to dreams, for when dreams go, life is a barren field, frozen with snow.
מי כמוך באלים אדוני, מי כמוך נדע בקודש, נורא תהילות אוסף אלה, נורא תהילות אוסף אלה. מלכותך ראו בניך, פורקי הים לפני משה ומרים, זה לי ענו ואמרו, אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד.
ונאמר, thus it is said, God redeemed Jacob from a hand stronger than its own. Baruch atah Adonai, Ga'al Yisrael. Continue on page 408 with the Hashkivenu.
Hashkivenu Adonai Eloheinu L'shalom, L'shalom, Ve'amidenu Malkeinu L'chaim, Ufros Aleinu Sukkot Shlomecha, Ufros Aleinu Sukkot Shlomecha. Amen. Hashkivenu Adonai Eloheinu L'shalom, L'shalom, Ve'amidenu Malkeinu L'chaim, Ufros Aleinu Sukkot Shlomecha, Ufros Aleinu Sukkot Shlomecha. Amen.
וידע משה את מועדי אדוני אל בני ישראל, ישראל, אל בני ישראל, אל בני ישראל, אל בני ישראל, ישראל.
And Moses declared the appointed festivals of the Eternal to the people of Israel. We continue now with the Amidah, which begins on page 468. Please notice that the festival Amidah in our Sidurim includes the evening and the morning prayers, so therefore you have to sometimes skip a page to be in the evening section of the Amidah, again led by members of our Cheder, the learners, and please join them and our choir and myself and Chaim. Page 468 for the Amidah. Adonai sefatai tiftach, ufi yagid tehilatecha. Eternal God, open up my lips, that my mouth may declare your praise.
Blessed are you, eternal our God, and God of ancestors, God of Abraham, God of Isaac, and God of Jacob, God of Sarah, God of Rachel, God of Rebekah, and God of Leah, the great, mighty, and awesome God, transcendent God, who bestows loving kindness, creates everything out of love, remembers the love of our ancestors, and brings redemption to their children's children. For the sake of divine name, forge and helper, deliver and shield, blessed are you, eternal one, shield of Abraham and Sarah's help. Baruch atah Adonai, Magen Abraham, Be'ezrat Sarah.
אתה גיבור לעולם אדוני, מחיי מתים אתה רב להושיע, משך הרוח ומוריד החשב, מזריח השמש ומוריד הטל, מחקל חיים בחסד מחיי מתים ברחמים רבים סומך נופלים ורופא חולים ומתיר אסורים מקיים אמונתו לשני הפך מי כמוך בעל חיבורות ומי דומה לך מלך ממית ונאמן אתה להחיות מתים ברוך אתה אדוני מחיי המתים אמן.
אתה קדוש ושמך קדוש וקדושים בכל יום יהללוך סלה ברוך אתה אדוני האל הקדוש.
Page 478. You have chosen us in love and favor by making us holy through your mitzvot and drawing us close to your service, that through your great and holy name may become known in all earth. ותיתן לנו אדוני אלוהינו באהבה מועדים לשמחה חגים וזמנים לששון את יום חג השבועות הזה זמן מתן תורתנו מקרא קודש זכר ליציאת מצרים אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו ואמותינו יעלה ויבוא ויזכר זיכרוננו וזיכרון כל עמך בית ישראל לפניך לטובה ולחן ולחסד ולרחמים ולחיים ולשלום ביום חג השבועות הזה זוכנו אדוני אלוהינו בו לטובה ופוקדנו בו לברכה והושיענו בו לחיים. This day remember us for well-being. This day bless us with your nearness, and this day help us to a fuller life. והזיענו אדוני אלוהינו את ברכת מועדיך לחיים ולשלום לשמחה ולששון כאשר רצית ואמרת לברכנו אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו קדשנו במצוותיך ותן חלקנו בתורתך זרענו מטובך ושמחנו בישועתך וטהר ליבנו לעובדך באמת והנחילנו אדוני אלוהינו בשמחה ובששון מועדי קודשך וישמחו בך ישראל מקדשי שמך ברוך אתה אדוני מקדש ישראל והזמנים.
Perfect. Find favor, eternal our God, with your people Israel and accept their praise and love. May the worship of your people Israel always be acceptable, God, who is near to all who call. Turn lovingly to your servants, pour out your spirit upon us. Let our eyes behold your loving return of Zion. Baruch atah Adonai, hamachazir shechanato latzon.
מודים אנחנו לך שאתה הוא אדוני אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו לעולם ועד. צור חיינו מגן ישענו אתה הוא לדור ודור. Let us thank you and praise you for our lives which are in your hands, for our souls which are in your care, for your miracles that we experience every day and for your wondrous deeds and favors at every time of day, evening, morning, and noon. O God, one, whose mercies never end, O compassionate one, whose kindness never fails, we forever put our hope in you.
ועל כולם יתברך ויתרומם שמך מלכנו, תמיד לעולם ועד. וכל החיים ידעו הסלע, והללו את שמך באמת, האל ישועתנו ועזרתנו סלע. ברוך אתה אדוני, הטוב שמך, ולך נאה להודות. For all these things, O sovereign, let your name forever be praised and blessed. Blessed are you, your name is goodness, and you are worthy of thanksgiving. We have a short moment for private prayers and thoughts. On page 492. Before this service, I have asked all our learners not only to send in their wonderful little videos reading a prayer, but also to answer 2 questions: why they are Jewish and why, hopefully, they like to be Jewish. And you can see that they all have one common theme, the idea why they are Jewish. And I see it, or I feel it is the theme of being connected. Connected to their families, connected to the generations before. It is their inheritance, something they received from the generations before. And in the theme of our service tonight, to celebrate the choice, what I can see in all of them is that they all made the choice to be Jewish. What they like about Judaism is the joy. We hear of the beauty of the festivals, that they like to celebrate, that they feel the connectedness with God, and that they enjoy this, that they feel it is beautiful just to come together and to see friends or to celebrate Shabbat. But better listen for yourself what they have to say. I think it is a wonderful testimony for us to continue on our path in giving from our traditions to the next generation, so that they can own it and make it something very special for themselves. So I use also this as an opportunity to thank all of them for their wonderful contributions. Once again, thank you to Ross, to Idan, to Jared, to Vine, to Aviva, to Aryeh, to Moshe, to Judah, and to Daniel. You are wonderful learners, and we're so proud of having you as part of our community. Thank you for choosing us to be your community. Now, the learners.
I'm Jewish because my ancestors were Jewish. And I like to be Jewish because I feel part of a community that has the same values and principles as I have.
I am a Jew because I was born into a Jewish family, and I like being Jewish because I love the Jewish holidays.
I'm a Jew because Judaism calls for me to be close to Hashem and to study Torah. I like to be Jewish because I like learning at shul and celebrate special holidays and time with my friends and family.
I am a Jew because the word of Israel is the oldest and the newest. I love being a Jew because I'm guided in keeping the covenant.
I am a Jew because it is my inheritance, and I like to be Jewish because I love my culture and all of the festivals.
I am a Jew because the faith of Israel is the faith of the great forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Joseph. And I like to be Jewish because this faith gives life and eternal hope over any challenge I face, and to make a difference in the world.
Why I like being a Jew? I like being a Jew because I can spend with my family on Shabbat. I like being a Jew because I believe in Hashem. I like being a Jew because I like the holidays so I can pray.
I'm Daniel Suku, and I'm a Jew because I was born into the Jewish faith and my ancestors are Jewish, and I'm very proud to be Jewish. I like being a Jew because of all the nice festivals and all the sweets we get, and I like how loyal people are. Thank you.
Thank you once again to our learners. You are amazing. We continue with the festival Kiddush. Please join me and Chaim as we lift our glasses in a l'chaim for our choices, for our good choices in our life. Page 386, the festival Kiddush. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam moreh peri hagafen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol am ורוממנו מכל לשון וקידשנו במצוותיו ותיתן לנו אדוני אלוהינו באהבה מועדים לשמחה חגים וזמנים לששון את יום חג השבועות הזה זמן מתן תורתנו מקרא קודש שכל יציאת מצרים כי בנו בחרת ואותנו קידשת מכל העמים ומועדי קודשך בשמחה ובששון הנחלתנו ברוך אתה אדוני מקדש ישראל והזמנים לחיים. And we continue with a blessing for our children as they were the core of our service today. So they, of course, deserve a blessing. Yesimcha Elohim, Kefraim v'chi Menashe. May God inspire you to live like Ephraim and Menashe. Yesimech Elohim Kesara, Kerivka, Kerachel Ocheleah. May God inspire you to live like Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. Yivarechecha Adonai v'yishmerecha. Ya'er Adonai panav elecha v'yichuneka. Yisa Adonai panav elecha v'yasem lecha lachem. Shalom. May God bless you and keep you. May God's light shine upon you and may God be gracious to you. And may you feel God's presence within you always. May you find peace. It says, if children live with criticism, they learn to condemn. If children live with hostility, they learn to fight. If children live with ridicule, they learn to be shy. If children live with shame, they learn to feel guilty. But if children live with tolerance, they learn to be patient. If children live with encouragement, they learn confidence. If children live with praise, they learn to appreciate. If children live with fairness, they learn justice. If children live with security, they learn to have faith. If children live with approval, they learn to like themselves. And if children live with acceptance and friendship, they learn to find love in this world. May you all find love in this world. Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach.
We are on page 586 for the Aleinu, and as you will hear, we did a little change in the reading of the first paragraph of the Aleinu. We will say, Asher b'chabanu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato, in honor of the festival and our celebration about choice and the receiving of the Torah.
עלינו לשבח לאדון הכל, לתת גדולה ליוצר בראשית, אשר בחר בנו מכל העמים, ונתן לנו את תורתו. שהוא נוטה שמיים ויוסד הארץ, ומושב יקרו בשמיים ממעל, ושכינתו זו, בגובה מרומים. הוא אלוהינו עינות, אמת מלכנו אפס זולתו, ככתוב בתורתו, וידעת היום השבותה, אל לבבך, כי אדוני הוא האלוהים, בשמיים ממעל, ועל הארץ מתחת עינות. ולמה והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ, ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד, ושמו אחד.
In our moment of joy, we pause for a short moment to think of those who were before us and opened the path and the doors for us so that we can celebrate this festival of giving the Torah, this festival of choices. We remember, as they have their yahrzeit exactly today, Erev Shavuot, Hims Wald, father of Ivan Wald, Ruth Seigler, mother of Abby Ormsby, Ralph Burrell, husband of Barbara Grisak, Agnes Margaret Teuch, grandmother of Emil Karg. Recently passed away Jillian Donninger, sister-in-law of Dr. Cyril and Pam Donninger, Lana Kowalski, mother of Tanya Kowalski and Kevin Kowalski, Didier Garoig, friend of Clive Hall. And in the past week, we had to bid farewell to Emmanuel Lionel Cohen, father of Darren and David Cohen, brother of Isabel Turek, Maxime Fitzgibbon and Harmony Fawn. We also say yahrzeit for Leonard Carlo, father of Duff Carlo. He was a member of the Durban congregation. We include the nearly 400,000 people who have passed because of COVID-19, and we include all those who have no one to say a memorial prayer for them on this evening of Shavuot. Choir will sing now Yesh Kochavim on page 595.
יש כוכבים שאורם מגיע הצר, רק אשר הם עצמם עבדו וגם. יש אנשים שזכרם מאיר, כאשר הם עצמם אינם עוד
This concludes our service. Thank you, really a heartily thanks from the bottom of my heart, from our hearts, to all who contributed today to our service. I hope the sound was okay. We know that there is a little echo due to the Zoom. We thank Ross, Idan, Jared, Vine, Aviva, Aryeh, Moshe, Judah, and Daniel for their contributions. Our Cheder learners, thank you to Diane McCall for lighting the candles, the festival candles. And of course, to our choir, a big thank you. You are amazing, and it is wonderful to have you with us in this very special way. We continue now with the Night of Learning. The opening is to Stephen Friedman, who will speak about the original intention of the Torah. So what was the Torah meant to do? And I think this is a very important way to look at the Torah, so not as a history book, but really as an idea that was given to us, given to this world, to follow a principle, ethics, values. I'm very keen to listen to now the talk. It will take perhaps 1 or 2 minutes now to switch over. Please stay in this Zoom session, or if you are live on Facebook and on YouTube, just let it run. We give you a short break if you want to just grab a glass of water so that we then can continue. Thanks again. And after Stephen Friedman, we continue with the SAUPJ Night of Learning. Please be aware that therefore you will need to log in again to Zoom with a different link. The link is on our website, and we will also put it into the live chat so that you just can start it from your devices. Tomorrow morning, you're all invited to join us for our National SAUPJ service, which will start at 9:30, once again via YouTube and Facebook on the pages you are already hopefully bookmarked. Thank you, and Chag Sameach. See you just in a minute.
Chag Sameach.
Adon olam, Hashem malach, b'terem kol yitzini v'adon olam, leit nasa, b'chetz v'kol, azay melech shemo nikra Adon olam, Hashem malach, b'terem kol yitzini v'adon, leit nasa, b'chetz v'kol, azay melech shemo nikra. Kikot hakol, nebahado yimlach nerohadon olam, v'hu haya, v'hu hove, v'hu yebetifar hadon olam, hadon olam, Hashem malach, b'terem kol, yitzin v'ra, et b'sa, b'chetz hakol, mazay melech, shemo nikra, v'hu echad, v'en Laham shilo lahakbira Adon olam, b'li rishit, b'li taklit, b'lo azma mizrah Adon olam, Hashem malach, b'terem kol yitzin v'ra, et b'sa, b'chetz hakol, mazay melech shemo nikra, v'hu eli, b'chai Yitzur chavli be'etz hara Adon olam, Bonisi, Umanus li, Banat kosi b'yom mikra Adon olam, Hashem malach, b'terem kol yitzin v'ra, et b'sa, b'chetz hakol, azay melech shemo nikra. Avki ruchi, ve'eti shan ve'ayira Adon olam, ve'im ruchi, kebi'ati. Adon ali b'lo ira Adon olam, Hashem malach,
So while everyone is waiting, we just try to set up the next. Hi everyone. Yeah, so we're working to get the switch over. So just waiting, but we said we will begin at 7:30, and we try just to get everything connected, but I hope you can hear us. In the meantime, once again, Chag Sameach to all of you. I hope you all are well, and I hope you enjoyed the beginning of our evening with the service, with our learners, and we're looking forward to a very interesting night of learning.
Hi Rabbi, I'm not sure, I think you're muted, Rabbi.
Are you? You. Am I? Because I could hear myself. Yeah, or am I? So, just, can you hear me? Thank you. So for the feedback, Just waiting. Good evening, everyone. So we have now everyone online who needs to be here, and it is really beautiful to have you all in our Zoom session and also online. Chag Sameach to all of you. For those who missed the first step in our journey, this was a wonderful service with contribution by our wonderful learners from the Cheder. And now I have the pleasure to invite Stephen Friedman to give to us a lecture, a shiur, this evening dealing with the Torah. And I will give you some ideas about what he's going to speak, but first let me introduce Stephen Friedman. Stephen Leil Friedman is a South African academic, newspaper columnist, widely quoted public intellectual, activist, former trade unionist and journalist. He holds a doctorate in literature from the Rhodes University and directs the Center for the Study of Democracy, a joint project by the Rhodes University and the University of Johannesburg. He has been teaching and reading from the Torah at the Masorti congregation here in Johannesburg, Shalom Masorti, on a regular basis, and was also a distinguished guest at Beit David when he gave other lectures. And those who perhaps remember a year ago, exactly.
Hi, Stephen. Hi, Brett.
Exactly, more or less a year
Thanks
ago.
so much for joining us. No problem.
And
don't talk.
Yeah, and he spoke about Vezot HaTorah, giving us an idea about the authorship of the Torah. Today's topic is what the Torah was really meant to do, and we will hear more from him about this wonderful topic, which is so fitting for tonight. Stephen, welcome. It is wonderful to have you with us this evening, and I will give you the floor, and later on we open the discussion to the whole forum here.
Rabbi, I think that you've got two accounts open, so it's only kept the sound on the one. Because I see two, Rabbi Adrian Shell.
Yes, but you can hear me.
We can't hear you.
Yes, you can.
So, look, what we do is now we give the floor to Stephen and he will speak and we solve the problem on my side.
Gerald, you're not on mute. We can hear a lot of noise coming from your mic.
Good. Stephen, the floor is yours. So some people could hear me. Stephen, the floor is yours.
Oh, okay. I have people. Can people hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. You can hear me. Okay. All right. Well, thanks. I'm not quite sure who. Okay, I'm back on gallery view. So I seem to be speaking to about 5 human beings and a lot of blank screens, but hopefully the blank screens have human beings behind them. First of all, apologies for, I don't know whether I should apologize for the sort of wild, semi-biblical look, but that's because, of course, the barbers have been closed for 3 months. And my hair wasn't very short to start off with. What I thought I'd do this evening, seeing that it is Shavuot and it is Zman Matan Toratenu, the giving of the Torah, is to share with you the latest thinking of one of my favorite authors on religion, which is Karen Armstrong, in a new book which she published a couple of months ago called The Lost Art of Scripture, which I think has a great deal to teach us about Torah and about our particular way of practicing Judaism. For those of you who are not familiar with Karen Armstrong, I think many people are. She's probably the most widely read author on religion in the world today. She started off her religious career as a Catholic nun in the United Kingdom. She is British. For a variety of reasons, she lost interest in the Catholic Church, or didn't feel that the Catholic Church had to offer her what she'd hoped, and landed up at one stage for quite a few years lecturing at the Leo Beck College, which of course is the seminary in London for the Reformed Rabbinate. She became an author on the 3 monotheistic religions. She published a number of books on Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And in the last few years, she's branched out. She not only writes about Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, she writes about Hinduism and about traditional Chinese religion as well. And what she tries to do in her latest book is to look at the whole idea of scripture and the whole idea of religious teaching. And the introduction to this talk talked about religious traditionalists who have a literal interpretation of the Torah or of any other scripture of the Christian scriptures or the Quran or the Bhagavad Gita. And that's the way we tend to think about this. We tend to think of those who have a literal interpretation, people who we might call fundamentalists today, as the traditional people, as the people who are expressing what our religions were at one stage. we tend to think of ourselves, or those of us who, obviously non-Orthodox Jews would be included in this, those of us who do not take a literal view of Scripture, and in our case of the Torah, as the moderns, as the people who introduce the new thinking. What I find very striking about Armstrong's thinking and about the evidence she produces to support her thinking is that she argues and I think shows that in fact we are the traditionalists, that non-Orthodox religion is the traditional religion, and that what we've come to regard as traditional religion is actually fairly new. Now, this is not a common view. It's not a view which people are used to hearing. So it needs explanation, and I will try to explain it, and then I will try to relate it very differently, very distinctly to Torah and to Jewish teaching. But with one of the strengths of Armstrong's writing is that she has almost an encyclopedic knowledge of all the major religions. And what she does is she goes back into the history of all the faiths, and she shows that originally people's understanding of religious teaching, of what we would call Torah, was very different to the way in which fundamentalists see the world today. The first point she makes is that fundamentalists today tend to tell us that they know exactly what God wants. They are the ones who understand what God's commandments are. They are the ones who understand what God's wishes are. And I don't know if any of you have ever had the experience, just to illustrate this, of listening, for example, to radio talk shows in which some kind of religious issue is under discussion, or some issue which may be relevant to religion. And what tends to happen is that somebody phones in and says, "No, you've all got it wrong. God wants us to do X and God wants us to do Y." Armstrong shows that traditionally, in ancient times and beyond, people would have found that a ridiculous idea. The idea of literally believing that God had told you anything would have been ridiculous, because a common theme in all of these scriptures and in writing about them, whatever they may have said literally, is that God was a force which was unknowable, totally beyond human understanding, and that to start talking about what God is and what God wants and what God does not want is absurd, because how do you make these statements about a force in the universe who is beyond human understanding? I'll come back later to the way in which this relates to Torah and to Judaism, but just to clear up one obvious problem which may worry people, we're familiar with scriptures saying God says this and God says that, etc. So how can she say that people believed that we couldn't know what it was that God wanted? What she's referring to is the way in which scripture was interpreted. Because the other thing which she suggests is that the idea, which is very basic to fundamentalism, the idea that any scripture, any written religious teaching, was, to use a very Shavuot-ish expression, cast in stone, because of course cast in stone is a very obvious phrase to use on Shavuot. The idea that scripture was cast in stone was a very strange idea, she believes, to the thinking of traditional religion, of ancient religion. because in fact she shows that all of the major religious teachings were revised repeatedly. This was particularly so among the ancient Indian and Chinese religions, but it became very much a practice in all faith traditions to change scripture, to alter it when circumstances suggested that new material was available. So that when fundamentalists get horrified and say to people who are not fundamentalists, you're not going by the literal letter of the law, the ancient idea was that there was no such thing as the literal letter of the law, because you were dealing with a spiritual teaching. Now, if traditional religion, in Armstrong's view, was not about telling us what the unquestioned word of God was, if it could be changed from time to time as we saw fit, what was it there for in the first place? What purpose was it supposed to serve? And she has two explanations, the one of which a very, traditionally religious explanation to an extent, and the other one a modern psychological explanation. The traditional religious explanation is that the purpose of scriptures of all sorts was not to literally tell us what had happened at a particular time. The purpose was to change our lives. The purpose was to transform us to a certain extent. So the idea was that these teachings, whether they were stories about the past, or moral teachings, or spiritual teachings, whatever they happened to be, was supposed to get us to change our lives, to be different types of human beings. And if that is the case, the idea that something is not to be changed, that something is the unquestionable word of God, is not a particularly helpful idea. And certainly the idea that what this is about is telling us literally what happened to a particular group of people at a particular time is really irrelevant to what scriptures are all about. Because if it's about changing people, getting people to be different types of human beings, then the stories are simply there as a teaching. They're not there as a historical record of what actually happened. Now, part of this change, and that's where the modern psychological explanation comes in. I'm sure some of you will have heard, because it's become quite well known, that psychology distinguishes between our left brain and our right brain. I don't claim to be a psychologist myself, so if there are any psychologists, they will no doubt tell me I'm being very crude. But in essence, the idea is that our left brain is that part of our brain which is the logical faculty, if you like. It's the kind of brain which enables us to do maths. It's the kind of brain which enables us to do various forms of science, and which enables us to invent new technologies. So if you like, the rational, logical, all of these in inverted commas, side of our brain is the left brain. But we also have a right side of our brain, and the right side is the emotional side. The side in which we feel rather than think. And very importantly, what she shows is that ability to feel is supposed to enable us to understand the connections between things. Now, all of this sounds very philosophical and very abstract, etc. But what it is about is trying to, in a sense, put our left brain aside, so that if you, for example, go to a religious event, a religious service, if you walk into the religious service, she says, with your left brain switched on, it's not going to be a particularly fulfilling experience. Because what you're going to do is you're going to sit there and there's going to be a book in front of you, you're going to say, well, actually, this stuff isn't particularly logical, and it wouldn't pass the grade at to a service where they're reading about talking donkeys and about the sun setting, refusing to set at a particular stage, and seas parting, etc. And you say, well, clearly my logical faculty tells me that this stuff is not to be taken seriously. But if you switch your right brain on, then really, once again, you're not approaching what is being taught with the same state of mind. You're approaching what is to be taught with the question, does this mean anything to me? Does this make my life more meaningful? Does it enable me to connect with my understanding of the people around me, of the world around me in a different way? To take it out of the religious service, a person who is walking in a garden with their left brain switched on will be aware of various plants and flowers, etc., and may or may not be interested in them, and may have various botanical explanations for why they're there, and you've got to water them, and that makes the soil fertile, etc., etc. A person with their right brain switched on is going to find this miraculous. Is going to find the idea that we can be surrounded with all this beauty, which is finely balanced and part of a very balanced uniform, becomes a very different sort of understanding. And when we have our right brain switched on, we're able to connect with all sorts of emotions and ideas that we wouldn't be able to connect with if we only had left brain switched on. I must stress that she's not saying, and I'm not saying, that rational thinking and logical thinking is a bad idea, that we shouldn't do it. We're simply saying that there's a time and a place for everything, and that you do not approach what is supposed to be a religious experience as though you were going to a philosophy seminar or going to a maths lecture. One of the illustrations of this is that we tend to think of scripture, in other words, written religious teaching, as words in a book. In all the major religions, scripture didn't start off as words in a book at all. We will know that I'm going to talk specifically about our tradition later on. But you know, there are books and books of the Talmud, of the Mishnah. Originally, the Mishnah was not written down anywhere. Originally, the Mishnaic teachings were carried around in people's heads, and the Quran was actually dictated to Muhammad, the prophet who couldn't read or write. He was illiterate. So the only way in which he could communicate this to his followers was by talking. The Vedic scriptures in India, the Confucian scriptures in China, the original Christian teachings were all communicated verbally. And more importantly, or equally importantly, they were always accompanied by a ritual. So you didn't simply read them in a book or listen to somebody talking about them. You might do that in addition to other things. But you did it as part of a ritual in which you used your body, you used your voice, you used whatever you needed to use in order to connect, in order to make it into an experience rather than simply something which is read out of the book. Very often, in ancient times, scripture was never read, it was sung. People would sing it, and the rhythms with which they sang it were often more important than the words. Those of you who are familiar with Eastern religions will know, I mean, it's a very familiar term, that in various forms of India, particularly what later became known as Hinduism, it is, for example, possible for devotees to chant a single syllable, Om, over and over and over again, And to an outsider, this doesn't sound terribly edifying or terribly interesting. But what the person is doing is not trying to convey some logical message. They're trying to connect with their inner selves. They're trying to connect with other human beings. And of course, this, in many of the scriptures, this also has, and in many of the teachings, this also has a moral aspect to it. Because the teaching was, well, if you were connected to your inner self and you were connected to the spiritual rhythms of the universe, and we can use those phrases, you were also connected to other living beings, other human beings, and other living creatures as well. And therefore, the religious package, if you like, the religious experience was never, in her view, about simply communicating ideas to people. It was about living something. It was about feeling something. It was about connecting with something. Now, if that is so, how did we land up much later on with a situation in which we were told that there was a book, and that the book was to be taken literally, and that the book was to be treated as a history book or as a literal account of events which had happened? Interestingly, Armstrong argues that this only happened quite late. It only happened in one part of the world, and that part of the world was Europe, and it happened in around the 16th century onwards. The 1500s. Because round about that time, two things happened which landed us up with the literal understanding of scriptures that we have today. And she calls those two things, if you have any Latin, sola scriptura and sola ratio. Now what am I on about? Sola scriptura is Latin for only scripture. And the Protestants who rebelled against Catholicism, beginning with Luther in Germany, one of their slogans was sola scriptura. And what they were saying was that one of the grievances they had against the Catholic Church is that it introduced all sorts of ideas and teachings which came from the priests and didn't come from the Christian scripture. And therefore sola scriptura meant that the Protestant movement was purely about what was written in the Christian Bible. And what was written in the Christian Bible was true, and everything else was an addition, etc. Of course, our Jewish equivalent of that would be the Karaites, who believed that you should take the Torah literally. And as we found with the Karaites, so they found with Protestantism, that this is impossible, that you can't actually relate to a scripture in that way. So the people who insist that they're being literalist about it usually have to come up with a whole lot of interpretations of their own. But the fact that they were inconsistent didn't change the view that it became, from Martin Luther onwards in Western European culture, it became more and more frequent for people to say, well, this is about the written word. And this culminated in fundamentalism, which I'll come to in a moment. Sola ratio means only rationality, only rational thinking. And the person who was most responsible for that, who got that particular ball rolling, was a philosopher called René Descartes, a French philosopher who's famous to this day for the phrase, I think, therefore I am. And that came with a whole psychological, philosophical package which Descartes presented, which is very interesting in the history of philosophy. But the important point for our purposes, for understanding our own religious understandings and our own religious commitments, is that what Descartes says is, I think, therefore I am. He never says, I feel, therefore I am. And as far as Descartes is concerned, you are a human being who is worthy of respect, who has a real self, if you like, only if you think. Your feelings are not particularly important. And that, the two of those together, sola scriptura et sola ratio, the idea that you had to take scripture literally, and the idea that you could only, and that's really what Descartes was saying, you could only use your left brain. All of that turned out to be very useful, particularly the Descartes teaching, for the development of many of the modern commodities which we enjoy today. It produced a great explosion of technology because people were no longer as concerned with connecting with their right brain and of living a life in harmony with nature as they understood it. They were far more interested in using their brain to institute various forms of human progress. And we have benefited from that in the sense that the fact that, although this was 500 years ago almost, the fact that we're talking to each other this evening on devices, and the fact that we are at a time of isolation able to carry on communicating with each other is in effect a product of what Descartes, the ball that Descartes started rolling 500 years ago. But the problem was that if you put the two of them together and you forgot about half of your human personality, in other words, your right brain, you landed up with a rather distorted way of existing. And in religious terms, what you landed up with was fundamentalism. And we use the term fundamentalism very often today, but the original fundamentalists, and we tend, as I said when I started this talk, we tend to think of fundamentalists, who've been people who've been around for centuries and we're the great innovators. Well, fundamentalism was invented, if you like, in 1850 by an American called Charles Hodge, and carried on by his sons. And essentially what Hodge, etc., were doing was far less going back to the original than it was reacting to various things which were happening in America and other parts of the West at the time. Because what had happened is that people who were religious, and of course at that stage these were mainstream Christians because that was the mainstream religion in the US, felt that they were under threat, felt that they were under pressure from the kind of rationality which gave us the computer, the kind of rationality which Descartes had introduced. Because of course if you're only interested in that rationality, then there's no real role for religion, because religion is only about feeling and connection and warmth, etc. And that really came to be regarded, or that was what the fundamentalists were worried about, as a waste of time. And the great irony is that the fundamentalists reacted to this by becoming, in a sense, like the people they were scared of. Because they didn't say, let's go back to the time when we didn't, we knew we didn't know what God wanted. It was all about changing ourselves as human beings. It wasn't about simply rational thinking. What they did is that they tried to import the rational thinking, or what they thought was rational thinking, into religion. So it was all about, you had a book, which in their case, of course, was the Christian Bible, which also included sections of our Bible. Sorry, excuse me. And what you did with that was that you simply imposed it on the teaching and you said, this is the truth. If it says here that the sun stood, then the sun stood. If it says here the ass talked, then the ass talked. And one of the great ironies is that this became this very strange Western and American idea based on a particular kind of European thinking became universal. So today we have Muslim fundamentalists, and we have Jewish fundamentalists, and we even have Hindu fundamentalists, which Jews would have found very odd a long time ago. Because this very strange way of thinking about religion, in Armstrong's view, has become the dominant view. So that is why I said right at the beginning that in fact what we're dealing with is that if we don't take the Torah literally, if we do rely on various teachings, etc., then in fact we are being traditionalists. We are going back to the good old time religion, if you like, and it's the fundamentalists who are actually the modern folk who are imposing all sorts of things on religion. Now, what does this mean in Jewish terms? First of all, the fact that we take out, and as we will do tomorrow and as we do every Shabbat, that we will take out a scroll and we will read from it, does not mean, firstly, that scroll was literally handed down from Sinai, as we will read tomorrow, and was left unaltered. We know that it was repeatedly changed, and the last time I spoke in Bet David, I talked about various writings about who wrote the Bible, etc., and who wrote the Torah, and we're familiar with that kind of thinking. But more importantly, I think that we need to understand, and it's very often forgotten, that although we take the Torah out regularly and read from it, the source of the religion we practice, whether we consider ourselves Reform, Masorti, Orthodox, whatever particular stream of Judaism we practice, is not the religion which was supposed to have been handed down at Sinai. It's rabbinic Judaism. It's the Judaism of the rabbis, and that is the Judaism of the Mishnah, the Gemara, and the Talmud. Obviously, to a significant degree, the rabbis like to insist that they were simply interpreting Torah, but they weren't simply interpreting Torah, and they knew they weren't simply interpreting Torah, and there are various midrashim which tell us that they knew exactly that they were not interpreting Torah. The famous midrash, which I'm sure you've discussed before, the one in which Moses is transported, Moshe Rabbeinu is transported to the schoolhouse of Rabbi Akiva, and he can't understand what is going on at all. He doesn't know what they're talking about, and then somebody gets up and says to Rabbi Akiva, "Why are you teaching this? Where does this come from?" Rabbi Akiva said, "It is a teaching of Moses from Sinai," at which stage Moses, it says, was comforted. So Moses is comforted by being told that he was actually the source of a whole lot of teachings he doesn't understand. There are sections in the Talmud, which we tend to forget, in which the rabbis say, the sages say very solemnly, this is the teaching, this is what the Torah tells us to do, but we don't obey that law anymore. We obey another law. So the Talmud was a process of innovation. It was a process of constant innovation. And yes, which is perhaps a topic for another, there's a very interesting book on that as well. It didn't mean that anything went, but in a nutshell, the way in which the rabbis handled this was not to say there's a literal teaching which has to be obeyed, etc. The way in which the rabbis handled this was to say, if you are learned in Torah, in a sense, you can interpret any way you wish. If you're not learned in Torah, you have to learn to become learned in Torah, and only then you'll be able to express yourself. I think that so our tradition is very much as Armstrong describes it. You will know, and it's a bit of an embarrassment to me because I read Torah at Shalom, and I don't do it this way. I keep on telling myself I should. But you will know, I don't know how you do it at Bet David, but traditionally Torah is supposed to be chanted rather than simply spoken. And the Talmud is very clear about this, that it's supposed to be chanted. And the reason it's supposed to be chanted is not that it's supposed to make a wonderful noise, although it does. The reason it's supposed to be chanted is precisely that it's supposed to be a religious experience. It's not supposed to be simply somebody reading from the top. I think that we have a look at the development of non-Orthodox Judaism and of Reform Judaism in particular, we see the importance of what Armstrong is saying. Because I'm sure you'll be aware that originally, I'm thinking particularly of the takeoff of Reform Judaism in America. It was very much left-brain Judaism, if I can put it that way. We take out everything which we can't explain rationally. We try to make it as accessible as possible, as little Hebrew as possible, etc. And what we discovered is that wasn't very appealing to people. The high point of this was probably an American thinker called Mordechai Kaplan. Mordechai Kaplan in the 1920s, he'd had an Orthodox upbringing, became convinced that because universities were opening up to Jews in the US, that Jews would go to university, they'd hear all this sola ratio, Descartes stuff, and they would abandon Judaism. So what he tried to do is turn Judaism into something which a university-educated person could relate to, and with respect, although he's formed Reconstructionist Judaism, although Reconstructionism has been intellectually a very important force in Judaism, it's not a very widely practiced form of Judaism. And people have made the point that it's not a very widely practiced form because Judaism is supposed to be experienced. It's not something you do in a seminar. What has happened in the Reform movement over the last few decades is that obviously the teachings have been maintained, the non-literalism has been maintained, the values have been maintained, but there has been a serious shift towards more traditional ways of being Jewish. And I think that Armstrong is teaching us is that the more traditional ways of being Jewish, greater use of Hebrew, more ritual, more concern for tradition, that this is not simply because previous generations of Jews deserve respect, although they obviously do. It's because that is what is meaningful to us, that is what transforms us, that is what connects us, and that is what makes Judaism worth practicing. So to sum up, because I've gone on far too long, I know you have other commitments, I do want to leave at least a little bit of time for questions and discussion, etc. I think the importance of this teaching is not only to remind us that our understanding of Torah as a living document or a living teaching which is refreshed from generation to generation is actually the traditional one. It's actually the way in which Judaism was practiced for centuries. And that the trend at the moment towards a much more traditional form of Judaism is a trend which expresses the kind of Jewish practice and the kind of Jewish teaching and the kind of Jewish experience that is needed to make Jewishness and Judaism a living practice. So nobody stopped me, I've probably gone on too long, and hopefully in the limited time available we can have some discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Wonderful. Sorry for the problems beforehand. So, just first of all, really thank you, and I like the idea or the notion that the question is what is authentic Judaism is perhaps it gets a new spin or a new thought through the idea that we are going back to the roots and actually try to get a different way of authenticity into our Jewish practice by studying the sources and to allow ourselves emotionally to connect to the text. So this is a wonderful thought and idea, and I hope that many who have listened to you and who are now taking part in the conversation, taking this as an idea forward, not only for this night, but really to experience their Judaism. I would like to open the floor for those who have questions, and we'll see that I also include people who are on Facebook and on YouTube. So if there are questions, please put them into the live chat so that I can read them out. But here within our Zoom forum, are there questions you like to ask? And perhaps then give as a starting point for the conversation. So Wayne Sussman, you put in a comment. Perhaps you can do that also verbally as you're part of our Zoom session.
It's interesting, I'm actually wearing a Habonim sweater, which might be significant. I'm someone who grew up very much as a secular person, and me going to synagogues, I'm very connected to the Jewish Emerging Network in the United States of America, where I think these shuls are at the cutting edge of ritual practice and incredibly uplifting services, where in a way there's of course a lot of use of technology and instruments in these services, which makes it very accessible. And I think we're in a very interesting time right now with Zoom and how non-Orthodox services, there are very few Orthodox services which would use Zoom, has been a way to bring people into, to allow people to experience non-Orthodox Judaism. But my point being is that when I've been to services like Romemu, where, or like the Lab Shul in Brooklyn, it has been a totally engrossing experience for me. As I said, I grew up very secular. I was a leader in Habonim, but there was something incredibly moving to see not only young secular people drawn to these services and these types of experiences, but also a lot of Jews who are disconnected from their Judaism. I think that organizations like Romemu, Yizkor, etc., are going to play a key role in the future of ritual practice and Judaism going forward. And I think there's a lot to learn here for non-Orthodox streams of Judaism. That was a long off-the-tangent spiel, but that's just my comment. Okay.
Thank you. Perhaps can I add as an additional thought, because it is regularly asked if or what is the success of Chabad, and I think it is not so much the teaching, so the left brain, but it is the right brain. It is a lot of emotion that are taking place around a Chabad service, and perhaps this is something where I feel the non-Orthodox movements in general, but also perhaps our congregation in particular, need to learn to embrace more the right brain thinking, or this emotional attachment to Judaism. But I would like to hear a little bit your thoughts on that. Stephen. Could you hear me, Stephen?
Oh, sorry, you want to hear my thoughts? I thought you wanted to hear the... No, I agree. Sorry, I thought you were asking other people to come in. Look, there's almost an iron law about this, and I'm aware of some of those developments Wayne is talking about. In non-Orthodox Judaism, that the more that right brain type of Judaism is emphasized, the more participation there is, the more, the more successful it is. I mean, I was just in the South African experience, and it was terribly controversial within progressive Judaism, etc. But just to say that at one stage there was a congregation here called Imani Shalom, and the way in which Imani Shalom operated in effect was that in one part of town you had a rabbi who was doing the whole right brain thing, and then you had a rabbi who was doing the left brain thing, and the rabbi who was doing the left brain thing had 20 people in shul, and the other guy had 1,100, and I've seen this all over the world. I've been to a morning Sukkot service in New York with 800 people in Bnei Yeshurun in the Upper West Side. And the important point to bear in mind about this is that, yes, there's a lot of innovation, but the strength of Jewish practice over the years is such that, all sorts of things have changed in the last 300 years, but actually we've kept our center of gravity. And I don't think that we should see the kind of innovations Wayne is talking about as a threat. I think that what they will do is they will enrich Judaism, but we will remain with the core we've always remained with. So I would certainly encourage that. I think there's no doubt people do not go to shul because they want to go to a seminar. They go to shul because they want what some people may call an uplifting experience, what Wayne has called a moving experience. And I think the more we can offer people those moving experiences, the more meaningful we will be to people.
Thank you. Questions from the other participants?
From Durban, maybe.
Look, it is an open forum for all of you, and I invite you to perhaps think about the ideas we have learned tonight and take them into your heart when we're now thinking and discussing how to go forward, because I think that we are in a turning point of what Judaism is, or how we define Judaism, because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So a lot of the way we practice Judaism has changed, or perhaps it was only a short moment that initiated the change that was long overdue, and perhaps we will see very soon a change in Judaism, a more flexible way of being part of congregations and so on. And we can see that as part of the revelation, the ongoing process of revelation and becoming close to God and to the idea and the ethics of the Torah. So I invite you all to take part in these conversations with your congregations, with your rabbis, with your management committees in your synagogues, or start forming new ways of coming together, forming Jewish communities. I think we all learned in the past few weeks and days that it is not always necessary to have a building to practice Judaism and to form what I would call sacred communities. Thank you again, Stephen, for being part of our learning experience this evening. And I invite you all to now join the learning night of the SAUPJ. The link here to will be soon appear on your screens. And there are wonderful additional discussions. Also, one discussion closer to the end of the evening, again about the future of Judaism and how three of us and have an idea or vision how to go forward after the pandemic, and perhaps how we can see Judaism in 25 years. We're not seers, but perhaps we have some wonderful ideas to initiate new programs in our synagogues. So thank you, Stephen. Thank you for Brett for organizing this talk, and thank you to each and every one of you for having joined us this evening, and we're looking forward to see you all in a short moment in the different Zoom stream, so that we can then continue our connection, our discussion tonight. Chag Sameach to all of you, and looking forward to seeing you in just a short moment. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach.
Watch for 15 minutes. Should we stay on or?
Welcome, everybody. Welcome, and welcome to all of our guests from all over the country who are joining us for this Shavuot evening. We're now going to hand over to Netzer and our SAUPJ young adults who are going to begin our national Tikkun Leil. Chag Sameach.
Hi there, everyone. Is it good to go? Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us. So great to see some faces from near and far, and some regular faces and some new ones. It wouldn't be a Netzer service in a community if I didn't shamelessly plug our upcoming events. So I know we're all a little cooped up in our homes, and I think definitely the youth are starting to feel it. But Netzer South Africa hasn't stopped, of course. We've moved everything online. And we're actually going ahead with our winter Machane Hag Shema from the 26th of June to the 2nd of July. If you don't know what Hag Shema is, you can find out from your kids later on after they've attended our sessions. We'll be running about 2 sessions during the day just to help fit in with the school schedules and stuff. Nothing too hectic. And if you want to sign up, just simply head over to netzer.org.za. And if you can't remember that, just type in Netzer South Africa in Google. Yeah. So I think we're going to start off with a little poem by Kani in Johannesburg.
Kani, are you there? Are you with us to read the poem?
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Just turn up your volume a bit. We can hear you, but it's very faint.
Oh. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Go for it.
Cool. Maimonides and Rashi, Spinoza too, and Buber. I saw them just over there, talking the deep talk of this and that, while the partisans sang drinking songs, and laughed at the rambling, booming gravitas of God's own mountain song. Miriam tapped her timbrels in time to the thunder, calling us all to dance. Sarah led it, and Deborah, and Ruth, and Neda, my grandmother who could not go to school because she had no shoes. That wild and weary dance, holding hands with Esther and Golda. We all danced and trembled. I could barely hear the tinny counterpoint that threaded itself just beneath the deep and blaring bass that shivered the air under the deep bones of the mountain. Let Aaron and the others play with their tinker toy gold. The rest of us, the long chain of us that stretched into, we could feel it, the fierce and jubilant joy of it, the not yet but almost of it. And then the words came. Oh, they came like rain, like riddles, like ropes of silk, and caught some inner light, some spark left over from creation, and flowed like water over rocks. All those words of binding and gift and grace, they carried us and caught us and led us. The long forever line of us, the words that created, the all of us, led us.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Connie, for reading us that poem. Now we're going to do a little singing, thinking about Shavuot as receiving our Torah. We're going to celebrate the sweetness of the words of Torah.
Sweet as honey, sweet as honey, sweet as honey on our tongue. Sweet as honey, sweet as honey, sweet as honey on our tongue. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kitshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu la'asok b'divrei Torah la'asok b'divrei Torah. Sweet as honey, sweet as honey, sweet as honey on our tongue. Sweet as honey, sweet as honey, sweet as honey on our tongue. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kitshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu la'asok b'divrei Torah la'asok b'divrei Torah. Let us soak it up, let it all sink in. Sweet words of Torah. Let us soak it up, let it all sink in. Sweet words of Torah.
Is Ayanda here to lead us in the Gesher Tzarmeot?
Ayanda, we can see that you're logged in, but you're still on mute.
Okay, we're going to sing Gesher Tzarmeot. Kol halam kulo Gesher Tzarmeot, Gesher Tzarmeot, Gesher Tzarmeot. מאוד, גשר צר מאוד, כל העולם כולו, גשר צר מאוד, גשר צר מאוד. And the main thing is to recall to have no fear, to have no fear at all. And the main thing is to recall to have no fear at all. Chag Sameach, everyone. I'll hand it over to our next speaker.
Thank you, Netzer. That was a wonderful transition. So nice to have all of you here and participating with us. So, when I was young, I had a beloved childhood book, and it was called The Tattooed Torah. And it's one of the only books that I actually remember my parents giving me. I'm sure they gave me all my books, but this one I really remember, and I still have it today. It is a special story about a special Torah, and it was a childhood classic and remains a classic. And this past high holidays, we learned that we have a connection. Our community has a connection to this book. When student Rabbi Sophia was with us, she brought her friend and her partner Brett, who's also a rabbinical student, and he has a special connection to this book, and he's going to share a bit about that with us. He's brought some people with him to talk about this book and what has come of it lately. So I'm just going to introduce our speakers, and then I will turn it over to them. So with Brett is Mark Bennett, who is, so I guess I have to say that this book has been turned into a movie, an animated film, and that's what we're going to be hearing about, that journey. So Mark is the director of the film. He is a native of Brooklyn, New York, and he is an artist and a photographer. His work has been shown in exhibitions throughout the United States and is part of many private collections. He is a recipient of the Art of California magazine's Discovery Award and the Sanford Art Association's Color Award, and his artwork has been used in campaigns to raise money and awareness for numerous organizations and charities. I could go on and on, but so we're so thrilled to be welcoming Mark, along with Beth, who is Brett's mom and the executive producer of the movie that we're going to be hearing about. She is an award-winning interior architect and designer who commutes regularly between Chicago and Israel. She has projects in Chicago, Miami, Jerusalem, Rosh Ha'ayin, and her work has appeared in multiple publications, including the Jerusalem Post, Chicago Tribune, Miami Home, and Decor. She's also involved in the American Jewish World, serving as president of the Keshet Auxiliary Board in Chicago, the JUF Young Women's Board, and she and her husband Jeff were honored in 2010 at the Solomon Schechter Day School's annual campaign dinner for establishing the Ginsberg Solomon Schechter Early Childhood Center. Again, I could go on and on. And last but certainly not least is Brett himself, who we had the privilege and the joy of meeting and learning with over the high holidays, and we hope that he and Sophie will, God willing, be back again soon one day when travel is allowed. And he's a Chicago native who grew up at Solomon Schechter in Chicago, and he spent his undergraduate career at Washington University in St. Louis studying English Lit and creative writing. And now he is a rabbinical student at the American Jewish University Ziegler School of Rabbinic Studies in LA. Again, I could go on and on. So welcome to all three of you. Brett, I'm going to turn the floor to you now and take it away.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Emma, and we're all so honored to be here today, to be with all of you. I brought Sophia with.
Hi, everyone. It's Chag Sameach. It's so awesome to be able to share Shavuot with you.
So we're just so thrilled and so honored to be here. So before we really begin diving into the process of making the movie, I really wanted to frame this whole conversation around what our tradition has to say about creativity, and especially creativity as it relates to Shavuot. So the very first thing that I want to do is I'm going to share my screen. Where is it? Right here. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to go into full screen mode. Great. Can everybody see it? Yeah. Great. So as Emma already said, my bubby wrote this little book called The Tattooed Torah in 1983. And the image that you saw was actually the version of the book that you just saw on the shared screen was the version of the book from 1983. 11 years later, in 1994, there was a second version of the book that was made, and here it is. So new illustrator, Martin Lemmelman, who is also on the team for the movie, he's part of our team, created these wonderful new illustrations for this book. Sorry, it's a little hard to see on the screen. And we were really fortunate that when we reached out to him over 20 years later, after he had made this book, he almost immediately agreed to be on the team. But I know my mom and Mark will probably talk a little bit more about that. What I really want to talk about is really the journey of what it means to take my family's sacred text, meaning my bubby's book, and to turn that into something new, something totally original, mainly the movie. And how I just want to start is I just want to focus on a couple things that our tradition has to say about receiving Torah, but then turning the Torah into something original and making it into our own. So if you see on the, I think you can see my mouse too, as I move the mouse around. In the Mishnah, which is the earliest compilation of rabbinic commentary on the Torah, one of the earliest commentaries, we have this beautiful section called Pirkei Avot, which translates loosely as the Ethics of the Fathers. And Pirkei Avot famously begins with the line that says, Moshe kibel Torah miSinai. Moses received the Torah at Sinai. And we go on a journey through the chapter of Pirkei Avot through a chain of transmission. So Moses will give it to the person who's going to take on leadership after him, who's Joshua. Joshua is then going to hand it down to the elders, and the elders are going to hand it down to the prophets. And it's going to move into this chain through this chain of the generations until we receive it ourselves. And I have the privilege of studying every single week with my teacher, Moshe Klein, who lives in Jerusalem. And his major approach to Pirkei Avot, of what's really happening in Pirkei Avot, especially in the first chapter, is it's a journey that teaches us, okay, we receive this Torah from Mount Sinai, but what's the journey that we personally take in order to bring new Torah into the world? So what Moshe taught me is that after Moses receives the Torah from Mount Sinai, we take a journey where we become teachers. So the first thing we hear that we are supposed to do is to raise many students. And very soon after that, we ourselves become students. We have there a few verses later. It says, when you're working for somebody, do not work for the sake of reward, just work for the sake of the work itself. And we go on a journey, and we become landowners. We own houses. We invite sages into our houses to learn from them. Out of those sages, we will then choose our own teacher, Aselecha Rav, V'kanelecha Chaver, and we will receive a study, or we will find for ourselves a study partner. And then we will become wise with the tradition. We will dedicate ourselves to really working on the tradition. And we're going to continue to go on this journey from learning to then becoming judges ourselves. How do we interpret and transmit the laws to the rest of the community? And towards the end of the chapter, we have this really beautiful quote from Shammai. Shammai was in the same generation as Hillel, and the two of them are probably the most famous rabbinic couple in the entire corpus of the tradition, because they're always disagreeing on things and they're always arguing about things. But in Pirkei Avot, they're placed right next to each other. And Shammai says a very interesting thing. So it says, if you look at the source sheet, Shammai Omer, Aseh Toratcha Keva. And this is commonly translated as make your practice of studying Torah a fixed practice. But if you really look at the Hebrew, what it's actually saying is make your own Torah fixed in the world. So we receive Torah from Mount Sinai. We then learn that Torah. And out of the Torah that we received, we're now going to create something totally original and totally new. And we're told by our rabbis, hey, we in the past generations, we've been here before and we've done this before. We are a creative people. And we are literally commanded to bring new Torah into the world and then to make it fixed in the world. So I was thinking about how that connects not only to the book and not only to the film that we made, but also really to Shavuot. Sophia and I had the practice over the last 7 weeks of counting the Omer, which this is actually the first time, I'll admit, this is the first time I've actually counted every single day. Usually I forget a week in between, whatever. But this was a fixed practice for us of counting, making sure that we count day after day after day. And the rabbis grafted a beautiful tradition onto the counting of the Omer, where they said every single day that we count, all 49 days, all correlates to what they call the Sfirot. And Sfirot also loosely translates as emanations, but really it's qualities. And the map of the Sfirot that they use, it's actually based on 7 Sfirot. This is another version of the Sfirot. This is 10 right here. But the reason why I'm bringing this picture right now is because for me, the Sfirot have always represented a map of creativity. What's the journey from an idea and fostering that idea and creating that idea to really manifesting that idea into the world? And I learned from one of my other teachers that when you look at the top of the chain of the Sfirot up here, that's all inspiration. Keter, Bina, Chochma, that's all the idea. And if you see, it's a little dark, but it says Ein Sof at the top. That represents sort of the cloud of ideas, the consciousness that we all have, all the ideas that we want to bring into the world. And if we love the idea that much, and if we care about the idea that much, we will take the inspiration that we get from the top, and we will slowly, slowly, slowly take it down this portal. And the portal at the very end, where it comes out, the very bottom, is called Malchut, which translates as kingdom. And I learned that kingdom really means manifestation. So again, you're going from the cloud of ideas at the top, and you're ending at the bottom by manifesting that idea in the world, or in other words, in Shammai's words, Aseh Toratcha Keva, you're making your Torah fixed in the world. And so the journey of the 49 days that we take from Pesach, which really represents the release and the freedom of our slavery. And, we can interpret that however we want. We can interpret that as the release of our inhibitions, finally finding the internal courage to bring something new into the world. Whatever was holding us back before is no longer holding us back. And we're literally moving through the Sfirot until we get to Shavuot. And Shavuot is really about bringing our own Torah into the world, studying other people's Torah, which is what we're doing right now. And I love that we have this platform that Sophia and I can join you from Los Angeles. Mark can join you from Colorado. My mom can join from Chicago, with all of you in Cape Town. It's really incredible the time that we live in that we can do this. And it's really about manifesting that idea. So there's one more text I want to bring. And I absolutely love this one. There is a conversation among our sages, and they ask the question, in the world to come, in Olam Haba, what's it going to be like? What's going to be different in the world to come from what we have right now? And they give a very simple and very elegant answer to that question. And a very rabbinic answer, because it leaves room for all interpretations of what that could possibly mean. And they say, Tam ha'etz kitam ha'pri. They say, in the world to come, the taste of the tree will be just like the taste of the fruit. That in this world, we see the process of the tree growing, but we really, many of us appreciate the tree based on the fruits that it produces. But then we will come to this point where in the world to come, we're not only going to taste this fruit, we will taste every single process of making that fruit from the time the tree is a seed until the tree is fully grown and until we can actually eat the fruit. Every single part of that journey of that tree will be just as delicious as the fruit itself. And I have to say, being able to create something like working on turning this book. Can you guys all see my screen, by the way, in addition to the share screen, or is it just? It's little. Okay.
Yes, but it's very small, so when you stop screen sharing, then you'll be big again.
Okay, so let me stop screen sharing right now. Okay, bigger? Yeah. Fantastic. Okay. That the beautiful thing about finding a creative team where everybody is such a team player and we can all come together in this collaborative way to take this short children's book and to turn it into an animated film. I can truly say that every single part of our journey together really was Tam ha'etz katam ha'pri. Was really every single part of it was so enjoyable, whether it was working on the screenplay in the beginning, looking at Martin Lemelman's new artwork for the movie as he created each piece, bringing on all these new players of our team. Every single part of that journey was enjoyable. And so what I would like to do now is just talk a little bit more about that journey of turning this book into the film. But actually what I would like to do, I think, before we really start, is I would love to share the trailer with you for the film. I know, Rabbi Emma, you are sharing the link to the full movie later, right? Or did you share it already?
No, it's going to go out in an email to everyone who signed up, I believe. We'll share details a little bit later of how that's going to go out. But yes, it will be shared.
Great. So we're so thrilled that so you will all get a link, and you will actually be among the first to receive the link of the full movie. So please, we encourage you to watch it. We would love for you to watch it and to give us just to tell us your thoughts afterwards. But in the meantime, before we begin, I just want to share the trailer. Emma, can I share one? Okay, here we go. 1 second.
Show computer sound.
Share screen.
Just hope it's going to show the sound.
Yeah, let's hope it shares the sound.
As long as your sound is on, it will share.
Can you hear it? Wait, hold on.
This is the story of a little tattooed Torah. This is how we never forget what happened. How we lost everything but endured and overcame and never gave up hope. This little Torah is the story of our people, tattoos and all.
Great. So now it's my pleasure to introduce my mom, Beth Copen, who is the producer of the film. And Mom, I would love for you to talk about and just tell us, like, you know, you had, this is the first movie you've ever produced. You had never done this before, and you are known for having big ideas. But what really inspired you to turn your mom and my Bubby's book into a movie?
First of all, hi, Cape Town. It's such an honor to be part of this program, and cannot wait to come and visit someday soon. I don't see the rest of the screen of you guys. Is that, you guys all still see me though? I guess.
Yes, we can see you.
Good. Okay. So I'm new to the Zoom whole thing. So anyway, I've got the hard copy of my mom's book. And they're very precious to us, each and every copy. And it's just nothing short of a miracle that Rebbe Emma, you have my mom's book as well. I do hope that you get the updated copy because the story is slightly different.
I'm very old. I have the 1983 edition.
Okay, well, we will make sure that you get
But I love it. But I love the 1983.
We will make sure you get a copy.
I'll be honest.
So when you, for those of you who don't have the book, I'll just tell you that the book departs slightly from the movie itself because we wanted to teach a little bit more about the Holocaust. So we took actual historical things that happened and wove it into my mom's story, which is actually nonfiction. And we made it into a historical fiction. What gave me the idea is that as my mom, or Brett's Bubby at the time, was at the end of her life, to give her hope, I started to talk about her book because this is one of her crowning legacies and greatest achievements, is to write this little story. And there's another whole story about why she wrote the story. But it's all true. It's about the reclaimed Torah that was confiscated by the Nazis in Czechoslovakia, eventually made its way to Westminster, and then made its way back to Chicago, reclaimed and loved, and now still is there to this day. So that's a true story. My mom was at the end of her days, and to give her hope, I said, Mom, we should do something more with your book. And she loved the idea. At the time, I was thinking about translating it, wasn't sure what we were going to do. And then after she passed away, I started having these vivid dreams like I should make a movie. And it sounds a little insane, but as a designer, I'm so used to producing homes and physical manifestations of ideas that are in my head that it was just kind of the same skill set, but just to make it into a movie. Brett's very modest about the whole thing, but literally he was just finishing up a road trip and on his way to contemplating becoming a rabbi. And I said, honey, you're a creative writer. That's your major. Why don't you write me a screenplay? But I want to make a movie out of Bubby's book. And Brett is so used to my wild, big ideas. He's like, okay, why not? So I said, what the heck? I can then pitch it to some different producers and see what we can come up with. And a few days later, he came out with a rough draft, and I assured him that it would not be the final. As it turns out, they redid it, I don't even know, 100 times over until they perfected it. And you'll meet Mark in a minute, but they're both perfectionists. And then I pitched it to several different producers, and it's kind of crazy, but I met Mark in a very serendipitous way. And I'm sure Mark will tell you about it, but it was kind of like the minute I met Mark, it was kismet, was off to the races, and it's been a glorious journey. And to do a 3-generation project where my mom kind of hovering over our shoulders the whole time and making sure that we were honoring her intention of keeping the movie and the story very, very close, even though we expanded the storyline. I think she would be very pleased with how it turned out. And working with Brett has been beyond extraordinary. Mother, son working together on a combined project for his Bubby, my mother, has been such a blessing, a unique opportunity that it's indescribable. In one of Brett's favorite words, it's ineffable. Anyway, thank you, Cape Town. Can't wait to meet you guys, and I hope you enjoy the movie.
By the way, thank you, Mom. By the way, I took the word from Heschel. Not my word.
What ineffable?
Ineffable, yeah. Heschel loves that word. Anyway, Mom, thank you so much for sharing. Yeah, so Mark, I think it would be great if you just started off by telling us when you met my mom at the Mariah Art Fair, and everyone in the background can see Mark's piece of art that he was displaying called the Star of David. When you met my mom and you saw this book, the story that I heard was you looked at it for 60 seconds and then said, I'm doing this project. What happened for you in those 60 seconds that made you realize this is the project that you want to take on, that led us into this crazy 4 years and beyond journey together?
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Yes. First of all, just wonderful to be here with all of you, about to celebrate the holiday. And I never cease to be overly amazed at the technology that we have. Los Angeles, Chicago, Colorado, and Cape Town, and that we're able to look at each other. I feel like I'm in a science fiction movie, but it's a pleasure and honor to be here. The story is pretty simple. I was doing an art show in Chicago, a juried art show with one of my pieces called The History of the Star David. And I was introduced to a woman who's wanted to meet me. She heard I was also a filmmaker, and her mother had written a book 30 years previous, and she was interested in making it into a movie. It was an animated movie. And she had talked to a bunch of people, but to no avail. Nobody really wanted to take a short film about the Holocaust, and jump in like it was the most important thing in the world. But I met her. She was lovely. And she showed me the book, and I thumbed through it. And I think, Brett, it took me about 30 seconds to know. Wow, the illustrations were magnificent. The message of the book, was, I thought, vital to educate young children about the Holocaust. So these stories are never forgotten and never repeated. And the fact that it was her mother's story 30 years ago, and this book had been educating children around the world about the Holocaust in a very palatable way, without showing the gas chambers, without showing murder, but by relating it all to a little Torah that basically symbolizes something that is very sacred to the Jewish religion. And when something sacred is desecrated, that is wrong. And that is a wonderful message to teach to children, and is also universal for anything that's sacred. And so I said right then and there, I'll do it. And I think I took her by surprise a little bit. And I just had no idea how I would do it or get the money or whatever, but I just knew that this was meant to be. And one thing led to another. I spoke to some people that I knew. One of them was Melinda Goldrich, whose foundation is one of the biggest supporters of Holocaust education around the world, of supporters of Yad Vashem, the museum at Auschwitz. And she immediately signed on. And she was also her family was a big supporter of the USC Shoah Foundation, started by Steven Spielberg. And I contacted them next to be involved, and they came on as co-presenters. And what's beautiful about the Shoah Foundation is that they have an educational website that reaches classrooms all around the world for free. And on January of 2021, during Holocaust Remembrance Month, our film will be featured on that platform around the world, with the support of Holocaust associations and museums and all around the world as well. So it's it all kind of fell into place. And then the daunting task of taking this little simple book and turning it into a movie, which meant adapting it into a 3-act dramatic structure. We did a lot of writing. Brett is a beautiful writer, a wonderful thinker, and he knows Jewish history and culture. He was an absolute pleasure to work with. And I've never had a best friend that was a rabbi in training, so that was exciting for me. And then his girlfriend to be a rabbi in training too was like a double whammy. So it's been a great education for me, and to just enhance what I know about my religion. I am Jewish as well, and but I've learned a lot from him and his whole family. So basically, we went about the project. We raised the money. We wrote the screenplay. I brought in one of my good friends who's a top animator, and the other beautiful thing about it, you'll see when you get to watch the movie, I was able to reach out to an actor that I had worked with on a movie named Ed Asner. And I knew that he was very philanthropic, very supportive of Jewish causes. And also just his voice was used in the Academy Award-winning animated film called Up. And he's just a consummate professional. I called him, he called me right back. I explained the project to him. I said, this is not a freebie, we're paying you. He said, I said, we needed a grandfather's voice for this movie. He goes, who else are you gonna call? So I was very happy that he signed on, and then little by little, it just fell into place. And topping it all off, we had an amazing composer in Los Angeles, and the composer is the one who writes the music for the film. And he was actually a child of survivors as well. So he had a very strong connection with the film and went out of his way and went way over what we were paying him to create a score, which is the written music for the film. And then he was able to secure one of the top orchestras in the world, which is the Moscow the Bowtie Orchestra of Moscow. And I was very fortunate to go to Moscow to record the soundtrack. It was a 65-piece orchestra with a 30-piece choir. And it was the closest thing I ever came to feeling like Steven Spielberg, watching them record this magnificent music that brought the film to life. I'm not sure when you heard the trailer, it seemed like it was breaking up in and out a bit. But I think you'll see when you get to watch the film that the music is quite extraordinary. So all in all, I'm just extremely proud to be a part of this project, to work with this amazing and philanthropic and just wonderful family, the Copans. And I'm also very proud to put something out into the world, which I think is very important now more than ever, to help educate young children about the Holocaust and also the wider and more universal subject of what is sacred and what is right and what is wrong. And 75 years after the Holocaust and the liberation of Auschwitz, which this year it is, to think that we still have genocide in the world is kind of astonishing, and it makes something like this film even that more important. And we've entered into about 75 film festivals, and we've been accepted into the first 5 already. And if you go to our website, which I'm sure they'll share the website with you, you'll see some of the reviews we've been getting. It's tremendously gratifying to be able to do something with great people that we feel has an important message. And just the fact that I'm sitting here talking to people around the other side of the globe, which I think is probably night there. Is it night over there? Okay. So it's just an honor and a pleasure, and I'm very happy to share this film with you through our connection with Brett and Sophia. And I hope you all enjoy it, and we'll spread the word. And the only thing we ask back from you is if you would be so kind to write us a little quote or something, a thought about the movie that we could add to our website. That would be really lovely to have that kind of response from Cape Town. So thank you so much, and I really thank you for having us.
Thank you so much, Mark. So I know we have about 10 minutes left. Is that right, Rabbi Emma? So we're happy to talk more about process, but we're thinking if we would rather open it up as a Q&A if anybody has any questions based on anything we said. We're happy to do that and just answer questions if anyone has any. And we can look at on the Facebook stream also and see if anyone has any questions there. But we'd love to open it up to all of you. Yeah, Rabbi Greg?
I'm just wondering if any survivors have been able to see the movie.
That is a very good question. I don't know.
I'll tell you one thing that has been moving. In every single premiere that we've had so far, there has always been at least 1 or 2 people who worked very closely with my bubby throughout their careers. And every single premiere, somebody inevitably will raise their hand and just say, I worked with Marvell Ginsburg 40 years ago, and she taught me so much about how to be a teacher, how to be an educator. And those are the people who we cherish so much when they say that, because they really see the process. They remember the book when it came out in 1983. They remember the book when it came out again in 1994. And it's really special just to see, every time you create something, you never know where those sparks are going to land. And it's been really wonderful just to get that sort of response from those people who've known her. Mom, do you maybe want to say a word about just the Czech Memorial Scrolls, that organization? And
Sure, happy to. I also, for fun, wanted to show, I have like a little spot dedicated in my living room, and I purposely I'm doing the Zoom here. I wanted to show you guys. So this was our only live festival. We had it just before COVID hit. This was in Chicago, the Chicago Jewish Film Festival. This was first time ever seeing it on the big screen. This is actually the program of the festival. And then this is Brett with Ed Asner and Mark with Ed Asner. And then here we have the sign poster from our team. I thought you guys would get a kick out of seeing this.
that's a funny story, by the way, the picture with me and Ed Asner. I was on a connecting flight, I think in Dallas, and I just walked into the bathroom to wash my hands, and standing at the sink next to me is Ed Asner. And this was after we recorded, this is like 11 months after we had recorded him doing the narration. And I looked over and I said, Ed? And he looks up at me and he goes, yes. And I said, I'm Brett Copen. Remember we worked together in the Tattoo Torah? And he just goes, well, I'll be damned. And it was unbelievable. So it was just one of those moments of, it was just sort of meant to happen, and just the universe like saying hello. That's how it felt.
Yeah, it was, the universe definitely lined up. Wait, Brett, you asked me to tell about the Czech scrolls?
Oh yeah, please.
I'm just going to give you a 2-minute warning.
Oh, are we done in 2 minutes? Okay.
Well, we're getting close to the end, and I want to wrap up also. So tell your story.
Well, I would encourage everyone to go to the Westminster Czech Memorial Scrolls Trust link. I don't know if I provided you with the link or not, but basically after the Torah scrolls were confiscated by the Nazis, they were sent to Westminster, 1,564 scrolls. They have now been, the ones that were able to be repaired have been repaired, and then they were sent out to the world. And apparently they are literally in every corner of the world, as are the Jewish light. And it just shows you the power that you couldn't extinguish our light. And it actually has a whole life, and each one of these Torah scrolls represents a community that was destroyed, but now it's found a new home in a new Jewish community throughout the world. And we're very proud of that.
Yeah, and if everyone will look at Rabbi Greg, he's holding our Czech scroll. We have a Czech scroll here, and it's also a little one, so it's special, connected to your story as well. It's little, and it's in lockdown with Rabbi Greg in his home, and we've been using it every week in our Zoom shul services, hoisting it up and dancing with it and reading from it. So that's special. We have so many special connections to the Czech scrolls. When my parents were living in London, and my dad was at the Leo Baeck College in the 70s, the college was located in the West London Reform Synagogue, and the Torahs were there at that time. A lot of them were being repaired, and one of his classmates was a sofer working on the project. So my parents have that special connection to the Torahs. I think that's probably how the book ended up in our home. And this past December, when I was at the URJ biennial, we had the beautiful, happy, sad moment where the Czech scroll that's been living at the URJ Kutz camp for many, many, many years was returned because the camp was closing, and it was handed to a student rabbi who is going to be the rabbi of the first progressive shul to reopen in the Czech Republic since the Holocaust, and the Torah is going there. And it's the first of the Czech scrolls to be going back to the Czech Republic. So there's so many beautiful stories connected to this story of yours and your families, and they all weave together in this beautiful tapestry. So thank you so much for being here and for sharing your story and your family and your Bobby's memory with us. And we hope to be able to see all of you in person very soon. And Sophia, looking forward to your session later.
This was a huge honor for us. So thank you so much for inviting us. And it was just wonderful to have this time together. Chag Sameach, everybody.
Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Chag Sameach, Chag Sameach. I see from the chat, Jessica Sherman, who's at Beit Emmanuel in Johannesburg, says that they also have a Czech scroll. And I know that some of the congregations around South Africa also have Czech scrolls, which is a beautiful connection. Thank you for sharing that, Jessica. And this is a good time to welcome all of those who have come from near and far, those who are here on Zoom and those who are watching on Facebook. Welcome to all of you, and thank you for all of those responses that are coming in on Facebook. Thank you for all of those thoughts. We're going to be transitioning in 2 minutes into our next session, so have a moment to breathe, and we'll share with you what's coming.
Yes, and I'll just say, Mel has posted here in the comments the link to the movie. So we have special access to the movie up until this link will last until June 8th, and then it will disappear. So if you're here with us in Zoom, you can click on the link. It will be emailed out to everyone who's signed up for tonight. And it also will be in our DUF email that goes out to our members. If anyone else who's watching and is part of one of our progressive South African communities would like the link, you can email us. We've posted the email address here in the comments. You can email us at templeisraelcapetown@gmail.com, and we will send you the link after Shavuot to watch and enjoy the beautiful film. And we're just waiting for Rabbi Julia to join us, and then we will be starting the next.
I'm here for a long time.
You're here. I don't see you. Where's your beautiful face?
Oh, thank you. Thanks for embarrassing me. Here's my beautiful face. How is your beautiful face? Chag Sameach.
Welcome, welcome. Are you both ready?
We're always ready, right?
Right. We're ready. Basically gonna
leave down.
Go into this. So here we go. So our panel tonight is
the most exciting.
The official description. The official description of our panel tonight: Kol B'Torah Isha, the feminist voice of Torah. Following the prominent feminist Jewish thinker Judith Plaskow, who defines the feminist revolution in Judaism as standing again at Sinai, the panelists, who are myself and Rabbi Julia and Andi, you'll hear our views in this festival of receiving the Torah. How do we view its feminine aspects, and how do we bring it about in our professional and personal lives? So that's what we are here to do, and we're happy to be here. So hopefully people are making their way. If they went for a stretch, they're coming back to join us, and we will. So I think one thing I'll ask our participants to do both here in Zoom and also on Facebook, as we are introducing the idea of Jewish feminism and what it means to us, if those who are watching with us in Zoom and on Facebook would like, they can also please share your own perspectives and ideas. What do you think Jewish feminism means, or what does it mean to you? We'd love to hear from you, and we'll try to include your comments. And towards the end, we're going to take questions. So if you have questions, please pop them into the chat here and in Facebook, and we will do our best to get to you. So I think I am meant to begin. So what does Jewish feminism mean to me? I'm just going to pull up my notes so that I can. There we go. Okay. So, to me, Jewish feminism means looking at Judaism through the uniquely feminist or female perspective, looking at our Jewish texts and traditions and teachings and rituals through the lens and through the experience of women. So what does that mean? That was a lot of words. What does it really mean? Empowering women to discover their own voices in the texts and in the rituals. And for me, that happens in three particular ways. Ways that have been influential in my own life and in my rabbinate. So the first is through filling in the gaps. In particular, in text, prayer, and rituals, creating texts, prayers, and rituals that for important moments in women's lives. We know that the rabbis thought of a lot of things, and they had a lot of wisdom to share, but they also left out some things. And there are moments for which they did not give us blessings and rituals, and those often are the moments that are experienced uniquely by women. We know that women's experiences in the world are different from men's experiences, not better, not worse, but different. And our experience of growing up and moving from childhood into adulthood is different. Our biological cycles are different. Our experiences of becoming partners and parents is different. Finding our way, our voice, our power, our place in the world, it's all different. And so the prayers and the rituals that were created by men for men don't always speak to us, and they don't always work for us. And so part of Jewish feminism has been filling in those gaps, creating those texts, those prayers, those rituals that speak to women and their experiences and their lives. Rabbi Laura Geller, who was the third Reform rabbi, female rabbi to be ordained in North America, talks about how we celebrate the Torah of our lives as well as the Torah of tradition. And through these kinds of creations and creative efforts, we've been able to bring the experience of women and the perspective of women to bear on the life cycle, on how we think about caring for one another, how we communicate with one another. And that leads into the second idea, which is how we speak about God, how we relate to God, and how we understand God. Judith Plaskow, the Jewish thinker and philosopher and theologian, who sort of brought feminist thinking into the theological world, in the Jewish world, talked about, in particular, the language that we use for God, and about using non-gendered and egalitarian language, so that women are able to relate to God as well as men. And she talks about sort of replacing the language, the patriarchal language, father, king, master, lord, with more feminine or egalitarian language. And she suggests thinking about God as a lover, a protector, a friend. And through this kind of thinking, there's also been a revival around the image of Shekhinah, the feminine divine, and bringing that back into contemporary Jewish conversation, bringing the Shekhinah back into the foreground has been part of the Jewish feminist movement. And then the third idea is Midrash, the way in which women have filled in the gaps in Torah and brought women's voices to the parts of Torah where women are absent, or have brought new perspective and women's perspective to the stories of Torah through writing contemporary Midrash. And there is a poem that exemplifies this that I wanted to share, and then I will turn it over to the next speaker. But let me see if I can. Here we go. So the poem is called We All Stood Together, and it's written by Merle Feld. You may have seen it before. My brother and I were at Sinai. He kept a journal of what he saw, of what he heard, of what it all meant to him. I wish I had such a record of what happened to me there. It seems like every time I want to write, I can't. I'm always holding a baby, one of my own or one for a friend, always holding a baby so my hands are never free to write things down. And then, as time passes, the particulars, the hard data, the who, what, where, why, when slip away from me, and all I'm left with is the feeling. But feelings are just sounds, the vowel barking of a mute. My brother is so sure of what he heard. After all, he's got a record of it. Consonant after consonant after consonant. If we remembered it together, we could recreate holy time, sparks flying. Who's up next?
Is it me?
Yeah.
Thank you. Will you please send me the poem? Beautiful. Thank you. It's a very big subject that we took on ourselves to talk, and it's very difficult to be limited in time, and especially when you're talking about something that you have passion about, but we are all trying to tell our feelings and our ideas. So I believe that there is a very big conflict between Judaism and feminism, and even when we're thinking about the public area, for example, the synagogue and the private, the homes, is that feminism, not only we need feminism in order to say that in Orthodox synagogue, men pray separately from women, and women in one space and men in another space. But the idea of the hierarchy of gender, it's something that is very entrenched in Jewish thought, because think about it, every morning, Orthodox Jewish men required to say every day, thanks to God that not made me a woman. When I wake up, I say, thanks God that you made me a woman. So it depends how you look at it, because the idea the religious tradition, and again, I'm talking about the patriarchal religion ideas, talking that woman will be in a lower status than man. And the traditional domain of women in Jewish life was home. And despite all the protests, it's not really a religious institution that women should be. Yes, we are responsible for preparing the food. And for example, we might prepare the food, but it may be male rabbi or mashgiach who will be regulating the practice of kashrut. Religious activities that took place in the public sphere outside home, learning, praying, acts of loving kindness, many things are there only for man. And the idea that women occupy second space in the Jewish house of prayer, it's kind of something that I could never understand. It's something that I could never relate to. I don't know if I can call myself actually a feminist, I will be honest with you, because I believe in equality. That's it. I don't think we need to say and call ourselves this name or that name, because for me, the way I was raised and how I understood the world is that you want to be a pilot and you can be accepted, go for it. You want to be this, it's not about gender. And even now, I say many times when I'm being invited to certain conversations or lectures and I'm being introduced as female rabbi, I say, but if I was a male, would you introduce me as a male rabbi? Probably not. You probably would say Rabbi ABC. And unfortunately, we're still in this stage that we're talking about Jewish female feminism because we need it. And because we are fortunate that in 1972, there was a group of 10 women and they were in New York and they call themselves Ezrat Nashim, which is, we know that it's, in Hebrew will be the women's section of the traditional synagogue, because they started the petition to be accepted into rabbinical world, and they wanted to have exactly the same status and to be equal to men. So this is a very, very short thought about my relationship and what is Jewish feminism that means for me. But I believe that we still need it, and we still need to work very hard in Jewish feminism. But it will be another question that we are going to discuss tonight. I tried to be on time.
You were perfect. Auntie.
Yeah. So, what I think Jewish feminism means, I'd like to put it in the big picture of the global feminism, and I think that Jewish feminism comes as a result in some ways of what's happened outside, and I have a little simplified image about the waves of feminism that I think they each have influenced how we look at our spiritual language and our spiritual tradition. So I think we had to go through, like just like the suffragettes, about who is voting, who is counted in. We had to go in and question like who is counted in the minyan, who is named in the rituals. And I don't know how big yeah, it's fine. Yeah. So and then like the second wave is like getting more about ourselves, like who are we, it's actually not how it's written there, but getting our stories in. Oral history became part of the feminist science and studies, and the method of bringing ourselves in, as well as how the midrashim that Rabbi Emma was mentioning, that it's become part of the feminist and women's creativity to add the stories that were missing. And now third wave, I think there's fourth and fifth wave that's not really mentioned here, but we are moving beyond and looking into who else is in the periphery and how can we come and help those people based on our experiences. But in another way, I think, thank you, Emma, for the picture. So in another way, like, I imagine this as still back into the second or third wave, where this kind of started off, that it's almost like having a conversation as a date at a restaurant, as a fancy restaurant, imagine that. And still in the binary, a man and a woman having this beautiful dinner, and the man is just talking, and there's barely a shape of that woman on the other side of him. And this would be learning in safe spaces first how to practice that voice, how to learn about who this person is, and slowly starting to match up and find a way to have the dialogue and bring in the stories. One example of, and then it's very important that this binary will need to drop off as well. But I'd like to bring in a story, or maybe Rabbi Emma, I think let's show the feet, that there's a foot that I made as a part of my feminist engagement in changing kind of the roles. So I was in a process about 7 years ago. I was making challah, but creating learning tools and teaching from the kitchen, which was kind of changing the stereotypical roles. And Rabbi Emma, can you show the...
Yeah, it's coming in a second. The picture of the feet that you shared.
Yeah. So there's going to be, so what I used to make is every week I was making a challah with the parasha of the week, an image from there. The rule was that something had to be braided, but it was commenting or picking up something from that story of the week. And this was of the story of the Israelites crossing the sea, and it mentions that the Israelites journeyed from Ramses, to Sukkot, and about 600,000 men on foot, aside from children. So if that was all who came, there would be no further story. But those are not counted who also came. So there's like who else came on not foot, who else came who was not men. And that's just part of how so much is missing from the story. Another one that's more of a text, maybe I won't go into it, but part of our story of the revelation, that's like now, this story goes that God tells Moses to tell the people to make themselves pure and prepare for the time when we have when I come and talk, and they should wash their clothes. And then Moses translating this to the people and says, wash their clothes and do not go near a woman. So that's the other aspect of this, reading the story, like who is telling the story? And what if it was someone else? What if it was a woman telling a story? Whose perspective? So we can also look at the text as like it's from a perspective, a bias. And for me, what it also means is it's been an encouragement to hear all the women's movement to fill in the stories and grow from there, and encouragement and play. Yeah.
Thanks, Andy. So the second question that we each wanted to try to answer was to share a text, an example of how Jewish feminism is exemplified in Torah. So I think who's going first?
I think it's me.
Andy, that's back to
Yeah.
you.
Okay, so that's back to me. So that can come to the next picture.
Which is which?
So, which is the also the challah. So it's another picture of the challahs that I made, and just going into the stories that are maybe told from perspective of men or under the power of what it is in a world where men are in power, but also feeling in what it feels to be a woman there. So this was two challahs, one pregnant belly and one a not pregnant belly, and it's Sarah and Hagar, expecting, in joy, in pain, in fear unspoken, close together, blessed. Of course, each word has so many meanings, so that was one thing of a text. Thank you for the picture. A text other than that, I was very inspired, for example, by in the Exodus story, how it all begins with the cooperation of women, of the midwives, and midwives saying no to Pharaoh, then Yocheved and Miriam cooperating on saving Moses, and then Pharaoh's daughter, who is also a non-Jewish woman. So it goes across generations and across the faith of these women to work together. Now I'm very aware that this has been picked up by the second wave women who are all like about we all work together, and it's beautiful, and I really take strength and inspiration from it. Later on, there's also an argument that sometimes it's not just like that. There are individuals and individual ways, but I really, really relate and like this kind of cooperation. And yeah, it's not just that individual, but also I will want to mention that I think we also need to move across the genders as well. Other times when it was really helping me in my personal life. So one of God's names is El Shaddai, and Shaddai is many translations, many ways of interpreting it. One of them is Shad is breast, so El Shaddai is like the breasted God, and that was very important for me when I was breastfeeding my kids, and feel that there's sacredness in this action, and there's also universally, globally, there's an issue about women breastfeeding in public or in sacred spaces, and that just helped me, encouraged me to feel like I can do this in the synagogue, in public, wherever. Other creativity where I felt I enjoyed using the inspiration was that I was given I had one Jewish name that I was given, Hannah, and I had secretly I craved for having kind of identified with Deborah and Shulamit. Deborah, the wise prophetess, and Shulamit from the Song of Songs, is a lover, and as it is custom at times of when someone enters into a marriage, that there's a there's a way of expressing the change in the changing of the name. I felt that giving up my name would mean that giving up my history or making it more like less visible, less acknowledged, and I didn't want to do that, and it wasn't what I imagined and what we discussed our relationship would be. So, but it was more what we discussed, that would be to help each other grow and help each other make the best of what we can be. So at our wedding, as a name change, I added these other two names to my name. So Hannah became Hannah Devorah Shulamit, which is, later on I found out that if you read as an acronym together, it's Chadash, which is new. I just like that. So all these and more as a game, as an encouragement, I want to hand over. Yeah.
Thanks, Andi. So I brought two texts to look at. So here we go. Share. So two examples from the text of how the Torah looks at women. So the first is the positive side, the daughters that we revere. So sure many of you know the famous story of the daughters of Salafachad from Numbers 27, where the daughters of Salafachad come to Moses and they protest the law that if a man dies without a male heir, that his land and his holdings don't pass on to his family. And they come and they say this is wrong. And Moses takes their case to God, and of course they're protesting this because they are 5 daughters who don't have any male brothers or uncles to inherit their land when their father dies. So they bring the case to Moses. Moses brings it to God. And in verse number 5, God says to them, or verse number 6, God says to Moses, verse 7, the plea of Zelophehad's daughters is just. So this is like a beautiful example of, women representing themselves, speaking up against inequality and injustice, and the Torah hears them, Moses hears them, God hears them, and the injustice is corrected. And we sometimes want to look at Torah through the feminist lens and say, women never get a voice. But every once in a while we get a voice, and this is a beautiful place where we do. And then we have other texts that challenge us in really, really difficult ways. And the text of Dinah is one such text. Sometimes we refer to the narrative as the rape of Dinah because it's a narrative about Jacob's daughter who goes out to explore the land around her, and she encounters Shechem, the son of the chief of the country, and they have a sexual encounter. And the language in the text sort of goes back and forth between being sort of violent and clear in its violent nature, and then also somehow loving. That Shechem, seems to take her by force, but also he seems to love her and to want to wed her. And that sort of ambiguity in the text leads to all kinds of midrashim in the famous book, The Red Tent, where, it's painted very differently. But one thing that I wanted to look at together is the way in which we can study this verse from a feminist perspective. So I pulled these questions from the Torah, the women's commentary that was published by the progressive movement, and the kinds of questions that we ask about a text also help us to read it through a feminist lens. So these are examples of sort of feminist perspective questions on this text. So for example, if you look at here at question number well, yeah, any of these questions. Sorry, I lost my place for a minute. I can't find the question I wanted to find. But anyway, if you look through them, they call us to wonder about how this text relates to us in the contemporary way, how it relates to other women, how we understand the language of oppression, of violence, of humiliation, and how all of those kinds of situations are applied to women, not just in the Torah, but in our own times. So, so the Torah is full of these texts, and also there are times when women are absent from Torah, and where we have to fill in with midrash. And so I want to quickly share a midrash that was shared by Rabbi Jackie Koch Ellenson, and in a book called The Sacred Calling, which is a book about women rabbis and the history of women rabbis. And she brings forward a beautiful midrash that's connected to the story of the Tower of Babel. And it connects to the Yiddish greeting that you may have heard that says Skotzel kommt, which means you're here or I'm here. And she says it's connected to this midrash where the women are unhappy because the world seems to belong to men, and they want to tell God about their unhappiness, so they build a tower of women, one on top of the other, until they reach the heaven. And the leader of these women was a woman named Skotzel, who was clever and wise and good with words, and the women chose her to be at the top in order to voice the women's complaint to God. And just before Skotzel reaches the top of the tower, it collapses. And in all the confusion, the women try to locate one another, and to their surprise, Skotzel is nowhere to be found. Thus, their situation remained as it had been, and no change was made in their status. Women still hope that Skotzel will return in order to talk to God, and that is why they welcome each other with the greeting Skotzel kommt. So in this gendered version of the Tower of Babel story, the women work together to approach God to make their claim on Jewish life and learning, and they reject the way that the world is. They desire to make the system change. They assent to sharing the burden of this request, and the appointed leader finds her way to the top to be lost in the dust as the women fall to earth. But instead of being perceived as a punishment, the disappearance and prayed for reappearance of Skotzel is understood as the harbinger of a messianic time, where women's requests and women's interpretations and women's leadership will be part of the norm. On to Rabbi Julia.
Okay. Thank you. I have to say it's fascinating to listen to other voices, and I think it's the time to say that we didn't share notes because we knew that it will be the same. It wouldn't be the same. We might receive the same question, but between three of us, there will be three different answers, and even we can have a conversation about that. How beautiful is this? So we have different characters, different passages in the Torah that we like and we want to talk about. And I think it's fascinating to see that most of the great women in the Bible either are married to a great man, or in a way they will be related to one. So for example, Sarah is primarily known as Abraham's wife, and Miriam, with all the big things that she did, she's still, even until today, we call her Moses' sister, not just Miriam. And Esther, who saved the Jewish people from a man, attempted genocide is guided by her advisor and cousin Mordechai. Then we have a rare exception to this tradition is the prophetess and judge, Deborah, and perhaps the Bible's great woman figure in my understanding. So she stands exclusively on her own merits, and the only thing we know about her personal life is the name of her husband, and it's Lapidot. She led Israel at that time, is how the Bible records it. She used to sit under the palm tree of Deborah, and the Israelites would come to her for judgment. And according to Jewish tradition, she was one of the 7 prophetesses, together with Sarah, Miriam, Huldah, Hannah, Abigail, and Esther. And Andy mentioned her Hebrew name. So my Hebrew name is Abigail. So I think I'm in a good company. The Torah does not give a reason why women cannot be judges or on civil or capital cases, leaving us only to speculate. And in the Jerusalem Talmud, it says that women cannot be judges, and they provide several texts to prove it. Unfortunately, we don't have time to share all of them, maybe one day, but the ruling is codified in the Code of the Jewish law. And in contrast, the rule is somewhat surprising because through both the written and oral Torah, we find men consulting women and following their advice, starting from the time of Abraham, because he was obeying the voice of Sarah. Then we have Jacob following the advice of his mother. You know, Jewish boy and the mother, things just do not disappear, right? So later, instead of his mother, he will be consulting his wives before departing from Haran. And even though he had been already instructed by God himself, he still would go and check it with his wife. Also, famous King David advised by wise woman that saves entire city with her counsel. Many women are spoken about in Tanakh and Talmud for their wisdom, but we do not find anything about civil or capital cases that women could give their advice. And the most, I think, famous midrash is in the book of Exodus that says, especially today in Shavuot, that all of us, all of Israel were at Sinai, and even those that they are not yet born, and everyone was entitled to an equal stake in the receiving of the Torah, whatever it was in the physical form or not. And when we talking about Shavuot in a physical form and a physical gathering, not really possible right now, I believe that we getting such a powerful message of receiving the Torah this year. And this is our responsibility, how we open our hearts and how we read, and how we read the text.
So we lost Rabbi Julia, but I know she's going to come back on her other device. So as we're waiting for her to come back, we'll turn to the third question, which is the question of if feminism is still relevant to Judaism, and what battles still remain for Jewish feminists. So Andy, we'll turn it to you.
Thank you. I think coming back to the previous image that I painted about the dinner table, I think it's very important that we get to the point when both parties are speaking and hearing each other. So when I'd like to reach a point when we speak about our stories and our histories and and what we need and what we fight for, and why we wanna wear talit, or why we like all the different things, that men are there as well, and men are listening, and then men can also be allies, helpers in all different ways. And then the other thing is that I'd like to see all other people around the table as well, people who haven't been, who are also not part of the text, or not fully, as much as we learned how to become fully part of this text now. I'd like to see how we can help all the people on the margins, peripheries, to also come in. And that to change from the binary to non-binary, to different racial communities, to really embrace and feel like we have conversations around the table and see each other fully. And in all that, I also feel that all the waves of feminism that happened outside and inside the Jewish tradition, they still need to keep going, because without any of the waves, none of the other ones can work. So it's kind of like an intergenerational communication and respect and learning. They were each important, and they are each building up on the one before. Yeah, I think these, and maybe a couple of examples also, or just like at least one. So I went to this workshop with a very, very much looked open and respected rabbi, the Kirtan rabbi, and he was teaching us how to do a kirtan in Jewish ways, and it was beautiful. We were all into it, and then he said, "Okay, there's a space next to me. I want someone to come up to the stage and sing with me. I taught you how to do this. Now come." And there was this two friends, and I wasn't sure if they were a couple or not, a guy and a woman, and the woman was not even in the room. She just ran out for something, and the rabbi asked the guy, "Come, jump up." And he was like, no, I know that she likes to sing, and I want her to go up, because I want to give this space for, not just because of friend, but I think it was also a gender issue that stepped back and wanted this space to give to her. And then it was interesting, because the rabbi said that actually most of the time he's singing with women next to him, so this would be amazing. But nevertheless, she went first, and then he also got a chance. So everyone was very happy. But that kind of stepping back from power, as we learned in so many other ways, but I feel like that kind of cooperation and giving space, that's where we still need to go.
Thanks, Andi. I think Rabbi Julia is back. Are you back? Yes, no, maybe. Maybe not. Thought she was. Okay, so I'll.
Yeah.
Oh, there she is. Hi. You want to answer question number 3?
Sure, with pleasure. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So the question number 3 that we were asked to speak about was about, is feminism still relevant to Judaism, and what battles still remain for Jewish feminists? And I hope that one day we'll be able to sit and say, we achieved everything what we wanted to achieve, and we don't need to ask or answer this kind of questions. For many years, the only voices that were heard when describing the experiences of biblical personalities, we know that they were the voices of men, and the experience and perspectives of men were used to talk about messages and biblical text. And when you have a man that will talk about interpretation of the text from the perspective of women, immediately the whole approach will be quite problematic for women, because as we spoke about, we're all very, very different, and we all have different personalities. So I think a very clear example is why we still have many battles is even the case of agunot, the chained woman. The husbands refuse to give them a religious divorce, and women cannot remarry. And this is a very, very serious problem, which could be solved in halacha. And however, this has not happened. And instead, secular law has been asked for help to ensure that civil law and religious divorce are kept in step through the prenuptial agreements, for example. And it's raising a lot of significant debates as to how systems such as halacha interact with the laws of the state. And one of my favorite women, Orthodox feminists, Blue Greenberg, she once said, when there is a rabbinic will, there is a halachic way. And I really believe that this is true. And however, we have only really in the last, 40 years, we started to see that there is a female equality, if we will compare it to something 100 years ago. But there is so much work to be done. Women have themselves began to add their voices to the thousands of years of commentary on the Hebrew Bible, for example, because they understood that if they're not going to do that, no one else will be doing it for them. And for example, the idea that half of the population will be not having their voices heard, we also miss half of the wisdom that this woman can bring to us. And I do believe that it's very exciting time in our history that we live now and we see, because it's a process when we enjoy both man and woman, and our learning and our growth is becoming more important when we're working and we understand each other better. And of course, we can all find characters and stories in Bible that will represent us or will not represent us. But I believe that Judaism, it's really a constant process that brings us to different understandings of the Hebrew Bible. And it's a huge blessing when we all can participate. And when we're talking, again, I'm coming back to Shavuot, when we all said Na'aseh v'nishma, we will do and we will listen, because we were all there accepting the Torah. And this idea that our actions will be mimicked by our children is very, very important. So in every year, when we renew our covenant with God and with our faith, the Torah was there for all of us, and we need to study it, we need to cherish it, we need to practice it, and to remember all the time that it was given to man and woman together.
Thank you. Okay, so I will answer as well, and I'll try to keep it brief because I know we're coming up to time for our next session. So in 1979, Betty Friedan spoke to the Central Conference of American Rabbis, and it was the first time she made a public connection between her feminism and her Judaism. I just want to read a tiny bit of what she said. She said, "Sometimes history books say that modern women's movement began with my book, The Feminine Mystique. Many people have asked what made me do it. Probably the simplest answer is that my whole life made me do it, or that I grew up as a Jewish girl. I grew up isolated and feeling the injustice, the burning injustice of the subtle and not so subtle anti-Semitism that was the experience of my generation. Girls and boys grew up in small towns where we were very largely isolated and where there was the injustice, the irrationality of being barred from sororities, fraternities, and all other things like country clubs that you were barred from as Jews. I think that the passion against injustice that I have had all my life must have come from that. I have this burning feeling, all that I am, I will not deny. It is the core of me. I had this feeling as a Jew first as a Jew before I had it as a woman. All that I am, I will not deny. And if I've had strength and passion, if that somehow has helped a little bit to change the world or the possibilities of the world, it comes from that core of me as a Jew. My passion, my strength, my creativity comes from this kind of affirmation. And I always thought that the unique aspect of the women's movement, which is what made it change things so rapidly, comes from the unique experience of women. Later, as my children began to educate me on Jewish theology, I discovered it is also profoundly Jewish. Someone said to me, the essence of Jewishness is that it is not just holy words and some secret pact with God or some ritual, but it is actions, deeds in society. I guess I'm very Jewish because that was my whole legacy to the women's movement, that we take action, not words, to break through the barriers that keep us from participating. I think, even though she wrote that in 1979, it's still relevant today. Feminism is rooted in tzedek tirdof, the pursuit of justice. And if there's any inequality, any kind of inequality in our community or our society, then feminism is still relevant and necessary. Even if we feel that we've attained equality for women, and I would argue that there's still a lot to be done there. There are other kinds of inequality in our communities, and feminism still plays a pivotal role in working to correct those injustices. So definitely still relevant. And I just want to close again with the words from Jackie Koch Ellenson about Skotzel, and the way that she sums it up is so beautiful. She says, have we arrived? Is the struggle over? We are still awaiting that potentially messianic time when women and men receive equal pay for equal work, when women ascending to the senior rabbinic position in the synagogue will not be a surprise, when women's choices in their career track are affirmed and acknowledged and accommodated by their organizations and congregations, and when women's rabbis' voices are heard. Until then, we are making sure that we have a voice and that it goes all the way to heaven, to God's ears. I'd prefer to think of Skotzel's disappearance as an acknowledgement that we all stand on the backs of those who came before us. We must all work together to create change. We have to work together, pleading our case before the Holy One. Talking truth to power has its place, but nothing is as strong or as empowering as our efforts to work together. Skotzel was the leader in the efforts of our folktale. But in our lives, we are all the leaders, climbing up, moving forward, creating justice, and making change. We find that power together as we climb to the top. Thank you for joining us. We had hoped to open the floor to questions, but I think we're just at time now to shift over to the next session. But please, if you had questions or thoughts, post them in the comments anyway, and we'll perhaps in the future find another opportunity to continue this conversation together. Thank you to Andi and to Rabbi Julia for joining me and sharing their unique perspectives. And Chag Sameach to everyone.
Chag Sameach. Thank you for hosting us.
Chag Sameach.
Awesome. Thank you so much to all of our rabbis for this lovely panel. I think it's time for a little singing.
stood at the foot of the mountain of Sinai, argued Moses started to fuss. He threw 2 tablets onto the ground, and much to our surprise, the 10 Commandments broke into pieces, and we couldn't believe our eyes, because the Torah was much too long to describe to all the Jews. Our God decided to write 10 commandments that said, Kiddums and Jews. Every commandment talks about the way we have to live. When we work or play, cook or clean, borrow, take or give, 'cause there were 613 commandments that Moses handed to us. As we stood at the foot of the mountain of Sinai, our dear Moses started to fuss. He threw 2 tablets onto the ground, and much to our surprise, the 10 Commandments broke into pieces, and we couldn't believe our eyes. As we stood at the bottom of the mountain and listened to Moshe, he asked how many wanted the Torah, and a bunch of us said yeah. We thought about the way life was and the way life ought to be. Without the Torah, we would have been lost and stuck with idolatry, 'cause there were 613 commandments that Moses handed to us. As we stood at the foot of the mountain of Sinai, our dear Moses started to fuss. He threw 2 tablets onto the ground, and much to our surprise, the 10 Commandments broke into pieces, and we couldn't believe our eyes. So when it's time to celebrate Chag HaShavuot, we all rejoice, 'cause the Torah's ours to study, teach, and quote. Had we not made a promise to be chosen and to choose, remember that there would not be a people called the Jews, 'cause there were 613 commandments that Moses handed to us. As we stood at the foot of the mountain of Sinai, our dear Moses started to fuss. He threw 2 tablets onto the ground, and much to our surprise, the 10 Commandments broke into pieces, and we couldn't believe our eyes. No, we couldn't believe our eyes. I'm going to ask if our next panelists are ready, or we have time for one more song.
I think we're going to have to go panel, Hannah. So thank you so much for inspiring us with music, and we're moving to our next panel. And it's beautiful to have alongside me. Well, the way that Zoom works, you're not exactly alongside me, but you are alongside me. So Rabbi Adrian Schell from Beit David in Morningside, that's in Gauteng. Welcome, and you've unmuted yourself. Do you want to say a couple of welcome words?
Thank you. I appreciate that I'm now in Cape Town, or in Los Angeles, or wherever. So I think this will be also a little bit the topic of our conversation now. This multi-dimensions in our new communities. But before we start into the discussion, I really want to applaud the group of really scholars we just heard, our 3 rabbis, or soon-to-be rabbi. I think everything we'll discuss also now has got, I think it's additional foundation through women who were contributing in the past decades, in the past century, to the Judaism we're experiencing today. When we speak about the idea that inclusivity of gay men, transgender women, or even speaking about the question how we make the boundaries within our congregations of new Jews, Jews by choice, and those who are born into the covenant more fluid, then this is, to my understanding, based in a lot of the experiences women had in the past decades and in the past century in opening Judaism to what it is today. Or perhaps we can speak even about stages in changing Judaism. And when I'm going to think about some ideas for the future, perhaps we can think about that feminism was for sure one of those important or moments, transformations of opening our progressive communities and also the Orthodox or the less progressive, less liberal congregations to be more inclusive in inviting women to take the role. That was definitely one of the first steps. Then later on, the gay communities in the United States, but also in different places in Europe, that enabled a next group who was marginalized to find their space within the Jewish community, first as separate communities, but also now most of our communities are very welcoming of LGBTIQ members. And we need to speak about the question, is this sustainable and where do we go? Perhaps an observation of what's happening at the moment with the COVID-19 pandemic is that I feel we're again in this, in a transitional moment of our communities. I know I jumped above some other moments, but what we can see is a change from a local community into a very open, in a very diverse community. When I look at the people who attend our services at the moment, in the past 3 months since we have online services, I would say the services are as diverse as there perhaps were only in my imaginations, that this will be the aim of all my rabbinate, to have so many voices, so many faces, so many different people joining in the services. We have people who are living just next door, but we have people, as also tonight, people from the United States, from Los Angeles, to people on the other side of the planet, from Melbourne in Australia and Sydney. And we have people from Germany, the Northern Hemisphere, and we have people right here from the next neighborhood, let's say from Four West. So we have something opened, and we have opened our doors to new congregants or to more people than we ever thought. And what is very interesting, it is not only that it is our traditional Jewish community we had in the time before. We can see that the people who are joining our services are way more diverse than we thought, and that what we have experienced before. We have Jews, non-Jews, we have Jews with very different ways of being observant. We have Christian friends, we have Muslim friends joining us in our services and actually enjoying it because they feel it is the safe space. Of course, also people who felt they couldn't enter our synagogues yet, people who feel that they are not accepted for their gender identity, for example, have now a safe way to join our services. So My question is how we can maintain this diversity when we're in a few weeks transmit back into our physical space. So the online space was very open and very welcoming, but how are we able to take those momentum of diversity and of safety and safe space, creating a safe space into a physical place where we will hopefully sit next to that person that at the moment is only part of our online community. Will we be able to accept the transgender woman sitting really next to us and contributing to the service in the same equal way as they now can participate in our online services? I have a lot of requests from people all over Africa, for example, and many from Nigeria who are intrigued by our services and want to join our communities. So the question is, will we be able to give them access to our communities also when we are back in our physical space? Will we give them a chance, as many of them expressed as a wish, to convert to Judaism with us, to be part of our community? Or will we go back to the idea that only a physical presence in our community can create also the legit way of becoming a member? And last but not least is really the another observation is that our congregants are way more fluid in attending services. We have people who on Friday joining the service in Temple Israel, and we have people then on Saturday, the same people joining our service or the service of Temple Israel in Hillbrook or Beit Emmanuel. We have people now from Durban joining us, or the congregation, perhaps in one congregation in London, in the UK. So how will we find a way to give our congregants this freedom they have experienced now, also in the future, when we again need them to be coming also into our shuls? But yeah, so how we can make sure that we can hold members to remain with us, but also giving them the freedom to join whatever service they want, and how we bring those people at the moment who are in joining from far away our services, how can we bring them in also in the future that they are connected with us?
Thank you so much, Rabbi. Provocative questions. Our second panelist for this evening is our rabbinical student as we move from Morningside, Santon over to Los Angeles, California. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Sophia Zwe. And if you could share with us your thoughts.
Great. Can everyone hear me? Yay. Firstly, Chag Sameach. It's an early Chag Sameach for me because it's about 1:40 in the afternoon where I am, but it's a real gift and a blessing to be able to learn and receive Torah with my beloved home community tonight and this afternoon. So Rabbi Adrian, you spoke a little bit about some of the challenges and possibilities that COVID has raised for us as we look towards the future. And I've been thinking about how our Jewish values have driven the way that we've made decisions around COVID-19 and how we've been responding to this crisis. And so I wanted to talk about 4 values that I see. I think there are many more, and I would love to open up that discussion afterwards. But I think for me, there are like 4 primary values that have motivated the way that we've been thinking around this pandemic. So the first one is pikuach nefesh, the value of protecting and preserving and saving human life. all costs. One of my favorite stories or teachings in the Mishnah in Tractate Sanhedrin teaches us that if you save a single life, Scripture considers it as if you have saved a whole world. And this pandemic is really like illuminating that idea for us. I don't know if you in South Africa saw the New York Times cover page a couple of days ago, but it listed, I think it was 1,000 names or 10,000 names of the victims who have died here in the United States, which was really just like 10% of those who had lost their lives. And it listed their names and something about who they were as people, you know, a reminder to us that this tragedy, it's not just about the numbers, but it's really about the names and the lives and the whole worlds behind those numbers. And so I think at the heart of everything that we've been doing as a global Jewish community has been the value of pikuach nefesh and the desire and the need to hold life as the most sacred thing and to protect that as best that we can. I think the second value that has driven our decision making is the value of dina de malchuta dina, or the law of the land is the law. You know, we've had to consult and cooperate with health officials, lawmakers, so, you know, people who are more in the know than we are about this virus, which is still pretty unknown to most people. And even though we might feel a tension, we might want to get back to our physical communities. We want to get back to the Judaism as we knew it. There is a need to really adhere to this value, to recognize that the law of the land that we're in is the law, and that we need to cooperate in order to hold up also the value of pikuach nefesh. One of the most beautiful things, a blessing that has come out of this tragedy is this, that like I can connect with you 9 time zones away in Los Angeles on a Thursday afternoon when Shavuot hasn't even started and my belly isn't full of cheesecake, and I can connect with you in South Africa. And so one of the beautiful things that has come out of this darkness is the value of hitchadshut and the power of innovation. When I was preparing for this panel, I was thinking about thousands of years ago when the temple was destroyed. You know, a similar, different but similar kind of tragedy, darkness that befell the Jewish people. And in the face of that, the rabbis saw this beautiful opportunity for innovation, to rebuild Judaism in a new way, to be creative, to think about how they could take that experience of tragedy and transform it into something productive and constructive and beautiful. And we are the inheritors of that tradition. And similarly, I think we've had to adapt. You know, overnight, we had to go from being in the synagogue building or being in class at HUC to being on Zoom all of a sudden. And we had to adapt to this new technology, to Facebook live streams, to dealing with technological failures. I taught a shiur a couple of weeks ago, and for 40 minutes it wouldn't work. It was very, very, very stressful. I didn't have a plan B. But there's been this beautiful innovation that has come out, and we've been working with technology in really new and creative ways. And more than that, we've been able to collaborate with communities around the world and to create beautiful opportunities to enhance the Torah that we share and that we receive and that we create together. And I think, you know, it's very hard when the world feels so dark and scary to find the beauty in it. And for me, you know, I've been away from South Africa for 3 years now, and this has been such a gift for me that I can tune into Shabbat services at home and connect with you all in that way. And that's been a beautiful thing that has come out of this darkness. And of course, it doesn't take away the loss and the tragedy, but I think you know, the Jewish people have always found a way to hold both the joy and the sadness together. And I think this value of Hitkatshut and the innovation is a way that we've been doing that. And the final value that I see as driving these decisions and is connected to what I just spoke about is the value of Kahila Kadosha, of sacred community. You know, we realize that our synagogue building is not our community. Our community is every single individual who is on this call and on Facebook and who zooms in and who writes a comment and joins in whatever way that they're able to join. And that power of community stretches beyond the borders of the synagogue walls, and really the community is it's in our hearts and it's in our hands, the way that we reach out to each other. And beyond this global community that we've created and this collaborative project, I'm also seeing Kahila Kadosha extending into social justice projects. Making sandwiches, I saw a couple of weeks ago, Temple Israel made some sandwiches. There are lots of beautiful projects happening, recognizing our Jewish command to help our broader community that we live in, to make sure that this pandemic doesn't destroy more than it already has. And it's a beautiful thing that, you know, we're able to make decisions, values-based decisions, and to engage with our tradition as we face this period of the unknown.
Thank you, Sophia. Those are 4 powerful Jewish values that I think we can all use to frame the process that we're going through now. So I'm going to say some thoughts, and then I'm going to open it up to everybody here. Sorry, so I'm going to say some words, and then I'm going to open up I'll open up the floor to all of those who are here on Facebook or on Zoom to share your thoughts. Sophie's used 4 values. I've looked at 3 areas, let's say, that I think that we can see the role of the rabbi and the role of a congregation being challenged or possibly even changed in these times. So the 3 categories that I've looked at is a congregation, what makes up a congregation. The second one is the service, the shul service itself. And the third is the role of the rabbi, because I have to think about that myself every day. So let's start with the congregation. And Rabbi Shell's already raised some of the questions in terms of membership. If you are the member of Beit David, or you're the member of Temple Israel in Cape Town, and you're logging on to synagogues in Joburg or even overseas, you can log into 24 different minyanim if you want to stay up all night as you go through the time zones. What does membership of a synagogue look like now? Do synagogues start to look, as some of them already have done, at digital memberships and having people from all over the world log in as a digital member? And what does that mean to be a digital member of a community? Are you just a voyeur peeking in from the outside, or are you more than that? If you're turning up at the weekday minyanim and you're able to unmute yourself and chat in a shiur, you can have a Zoom call with your rabbi, even if your rabbi is in another country. Congregations start to look very different in this post-COVID world to what they looked like before, and membership starts to look very different too. What about the services? So Rabbi Shell mentioned the popularity of services, the inclusivity of services, but what about the services themselves? I don't think there's anybody, well, I don't want to make assumptions, but I don't think there are many people that would say that an online service on Zoom or Facebook compares to sitting in shul. There isn't physical contact. There isn't the closeness and the comfort. There isn't the sound of voices harmonizing and being able to do things that we can do in shul. So the quality of a service is very, very different. This is what's available to us right now. But what will happen when a vaccine is discovered or a cure is found for COVID and the world reopens? What will happen to the service? I think it's a given that synagogues that didn't stream services before or offer online platforms are now rethinking that. But will synagogues offer digital services alongside live services? Is that going to become a norm? Are there going to be digital features in synagogues that weren't there before? Visual tefillah, screens where people can tweet and post and chat. Is this going to change the live experience of synagogue in the way that we are experiencing synagogues online? Sophia also asked a great question. How do we make digital spaces sacred spaces? And then let's get to the third category, rabbis. I think that we've already seen a change in the role of rabbis, largely because of the internet. People don't need to say, Rabbi, can you tell me in Leviticus, what do they need me for? Rabbi Google can tell you what's in Leviticus. Rabbi Google can give you the answer to most of your sheilot about halakha or about kashrut or about Torah or about Talmud. Sefaria gives you all of the texts that you might need. You don't need my library. So what is the changing role of the rabbi? And I think this is something we're learning about the internet as well, that provides us with a lot of information, maybe too much information. But the value of wisdom is being able to find the information that we need and to be able to process and make it understandable. And I think that's going to be the changing role of rabbis that will continue, that we are not the givers or the fonts of knowledge. We do not need to be the most learned person in the room, because the most learned person in the room is the person with their phone open. We are the ones who can process. We are the ones who can make understanding and meaning. We are the ones who will help create rituals that will help people celebrate and mourn and get through difficult and trying times. That has always been the role of the rabbi, and I think this will be only enhanced in the times to come. So I'm going to ask people now to, if you're on Facebook, to put your thoughts or questions down on the comments. And if you're here in the Zoom room, you are welcome to put them either into the chat or to put your hand up and to pose a question to one of our panelists, as Peter Hawker has already done on Facebook. So Rabbi Adrian, Peter Hawker says on Facebook, so interesting, Rabbi Shell, that many people who for all sorts of reasons within their immediate community have found an opportunity via our virtual services to connect with progressive Judaism without necessarily invoking criticism and censure. It may change the weight of congregational attendance in traditional Judaism in a safe and secure way. How do you want to respond to that?
I think this observation is very valid and actually very true. So this is what I can see from also members who report that they are hearing from their Orthodox friends that they are attending our service because we are the only ones who offer a service on a Friday evening and a Saturday morning in a form so that people can relate or just hear perhaps the traditional words and the traditional tunes. My question is really how we can take this into the future and make sure that this inclusivity we have created at the moment will stay. So because my understanding is that when we really speak about inclusivity, and that we achieved it, then it will not stop, and it is not allowed to stop when we return to the physical space. So we need to think how we give space to those who have a very traditional understanding of Judaism in the same way to participate in our communities and to make their voices heard as to the most radical reformers. Are we able to leave our judgments outside of the doors we've just opened for so many people to come in? So I think it is not only on the rabbis who open the doors, it is really that all our congregants need to see that what they received in the past weeks as an opportunity is actually an outstretched hand from themselves to everyone outside in the virtual world, but also in the physical world. I think only when we are able to maintain this idea of inclusivity, we will have achieved a transformation of Judaism of the 20th century into the Judaism of the 21st century. And perhaps we then won't need the traditional congregations anymore, and perhaps we will be only one Jewish communities which offers at the same time different ways of members to, or of people to connect with their Jewish identity via a stream, via coming into a physical presence, while reaching out only to a little minion around the corner that is doing a renewal service. All this might be perhaps then the way how we will define Judaism 2100.
Thank you so much. Sophia, I'm also opening not just for questions, but also if you feel that you have some sense of how the Jewish world is changing in front of our eyes, and you'd like to share your observation, we're also open to those thoughts as well. Again, Peter Hawker on Facebook is saying, virtual or social media can never replace real discussion with live bodies who can respond and debate in the most informative and exciting way. I think you're right, Peter, but look what's going on right now, tonight, here on this digital platform. Definitely not the same as if we had all gathered in a shul, but as Sophia pointed out earlier, we couldn't have all gathered in the shul. Rabbi Adrian's in Santon, Sophia's in Los Angeles, I'm in Cape Town, and look at what we're able to do. So the world is changing, new possibilities are opening. Some of them are forced on us, and as Sophia said, some of them are the benefits of creativity and ingenuity. But Sophia, I'm going to bounce the ball back to you and see if you've got some further thoughts from some of the comments that have been coming up so far.
I think the question about inclusivity, I think it raises for me another question of like, what does it mean to be inclusive in a post, what are people calling it, a BC and an AC world before Corona and after Corona? What does it mean to be inclusive, post pandemic, where like, the sense I get is that this isn't really going to be over anytime soon. And, so what does it mean to make our communities inclusive when we have to be mindful, of all these Jewish values that I raised, and the question of how do we protect our most vulnerable members while still finding ways to bring connection to them. I think that's like the biggest thing that's percolating for me when the time does come that we step back into the synagogue. What's it going to look like? Will we be able to hug each other? Will we be able to sing? yeah, I think that's what I'm thinking about is what does it mean in a post-corona world to be inclusive?
Yeah, I'm Greg. Go ahead.
That's the inclusive side. I'm thinking more about how we continue the community that we've actually built during COVID, and it's not just ours. It's any other community that's formed online. And obviously, it's a lot easier if you know the people beforehand, because they always say a Zoom. Why do you get tired on these kind of things? Is that you don't pick up the body language. So if you know the person, I know Sophia, so I can react to her, but if I don't know her, then it's very hard to relate. But what I'm saying is, going forward, we were forced into being closer. And even this country in our congregations, we've probably had more contact in the last few weeks than we've had in a long time for the general congregations. Now, how do we make sure that we do that going forward? How do we continue that building community? Or do we just go back to our old ways, which would be sad? I think that's one of the strong things, is worrying about how do we continue the good that's come out. And we do want to hug each other. Yes.
If I may, two thoughts on that. I think the most important thing is of not being afraid of a change. What I try to give you as an idea is we have now people coming and joining our services who never could do that beforehand. So we are actually gaining new voices in our congregations. We are having participation from beyond the borders we had before. So what I'm afraid of is that we are starting to build up the walls that just came down, which this pandemic actually erased. So the question is, and I meant it really serious, how we can give a space for those people, for example, in Nigeria, to be part of our religious experience and to give them an equal opportunity to become part of our covenant. So this is, I think, the first question, if we really want to use the experience of the past weeks as an opportunity and not only as a little interlude between the past and the next step of the past. So are we really marching into a future, or are we afraid and will just return? And I hope we don't. We just need to be very careful about the steps. And Sophia is right. We need to be very careful about drawing boundaries and say only people between 20 and 30 years are allowed to come into our congregation, and they need to sit on the right side and the others on the left side. Then we are actually not creating a diverse community. Then we create a community of separations. This is what I'm afraid of when we're thinking about opening our synagogues for now.
You've reminded me, Rabbi Adrian, of the sort of the polar opposites of people that I speak to, some of whom have found this sort of lockdown and being able to be contained in a space, reassuring, comforting, safe, simplifying their lives, and in many ways been a blessing. And other people that have found it constricting and frustrating and only waiting for this to end. I'm curious to know from people here on Zoom or on Facebook what you are missing or longing for, or even fearing when you think of shul, when you think of synagogues, when you think of a service. What do you feel you've lost, and what do you feel you're longing for? and what do you feel you've gained? Peter Hawker on Facebook is saying that whatever it's going to be a combination of virtual and building the virtual gains into our real beautiful synagogue world. So so let me ask you out there, what are you missing? What are you fearing? What are you longing for? What's changed for you? And I'd love to hear your voices here in the Zoom room. As Andy said earlier, don't be Zoom shy. Or was it Rabbi Emma? It was Rabbi Emma. Don't be Zoom shy.
I don't think it was me. I think it was someone else. But I was just about to say, I know that I just miss hearing more than one voice at a time, and especially musically, hearing the harmonies and all those things, and hearing someone other than me singing along. Yeah, I miss that.
Yeah, so Rachel Sarah's echoing you and saying, longing to sing with the community. I won't sing alone at home, but I love singing in shul with everyone. What are other people missing or longing for? Oh, Andy said, I'll be missing not seeing everyone in person who feels online made it possible for them to join, but wouldn't necessarily be there in person. That's just as what Rabbi Adrian was saying before, is how do we maintain these, and Greg as well, how do we maintain these communities? How do we give them a new possibility in a physical world, in a physical realm? Other thoughts? Eric saying singing as a big group in a congregation. There is something vibrational when somebody sings next to you or sings behind you. That vibration vibrates with you, and you don't get that on Zoom. You can kind of harmonize with the person who's singing if you're on mute, but it's not the same. Eric's saying that he misses Shabbat Chesed. That's for those out of town. That's one of our services here at Temple Israel in Cape Town. Yeah, what about you?
So something that I'm afraid of as a rising fourth-year rabbinical student, starting a new pulpit internship, is how to build relationships with this new community without, being able to start doing that in person. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Thanks, Sophia, and we've got a couple more comments coming in. Leo Shub says, I'm feeling more connected now than before lockdown, seeing everybody in their own homes, etc. And I think we can all relate to that. There's an intimacy and a connection that is different to meeting someone in a neutral space. I mean, I hope a synagogue is in a neutral space. It's your home. It's a beautiful, warm space. But it's different when I'm looking at Glynis and I'm looking at Nancy, I'm looking at Greg, and I'm looking at Rabbi Emma and Rabbi Sar, Liebe, Margaret, etc. There is a connection. Lauren Joffe is saying connections that develop by casual conversations at shul before and after services that don't always happen over Zoom. And when it doesn't, it often feels stagnant. And I totally understand that. It's it's that moment when whoever's hosting ends the meeting, and suddenly there's a little white box left on your screen, and it's like, where did all the people go? I was just going to talk to somebody. There's that schmoozing that happens at shul and in the doorway and in the parking lot. And how do you schmooze on Zoom? It's very hard. It's very, very hard.
Yeah. And Nancy says here in the comments in Zoom, missing the incidental connections one makes when they run into someone they haven't seen in a while. That like randomness, right? Like everything is so organized right now. When we see people, it's scheduled. That we don't have that spontaneity of just going out into the world and bumping into people.
One thing that worries me going forward is wanting to use the technology together with the real life, and I just can't get my mind around having a TV or a projector running through a shul service. It just, and I think it will scare a lot of people off as much as it. And how do you design that? How do you set the rules for it? How do you make it still feel like Yiddishkeit? How does it, how do you make it work? And the only thing I can get in my mind is when you go to an Art Nouveau kind of movie, documentary, and the documentary person is they're presenting their work, and then it works. There's live thing and there's the movie. So how can you make it so that it doesn't impact too much?
Yeah, Greg, I hear your questions and I think they're so important. And I'm also thinking about how some of the ways that we were able to adopt and adapt so quickly to the situation we're in now, and to tap into different ways of praying digitally and virtually, is because there were already communities that were exploring that before this COVID era, right? That there were already synagogues that were doing visual tefillah and virtual tefillah and experimenting with, what does it mean to have an online minyan, and what does it mean to use photography and videography and interactive polling and iPads and all these things in tefillah, in worship. Those conversations were already happening, and because they were already happening, we were able to tap into what already existed and evolve and adapt when we needed to. And then, hopefully as we come out of this and ease back into shul, we'll be able to take our learning from this experience and apply it to the way that we pray when we're able to pray again together. So I think it's a little bit of like two sides of a coin.
And what also is very important is that reality will dictate a little bit what we have to do. So, for example, you perhaps have heard Beit David is one of the courageous, or perhaps not so courageous ones, but we will already start with services next week on Friday, and have now a lot of discussions what we do. We're not allowed to give out our prayer books, as we can't sanitize them in between, and they are too precious as books, so that we can't also spray on them. So we discussed, and we will have a projector, and we will have this tefillah in front of our congregants, so that they can follow the service. Even it will be only a small group of people joining us, but we need to do that, and we know that not everyone has a prayer book of their own. But the question, what I'm missing and what I'm really looking forward to, is parts of the service I haven't done in the past 3 months. When we started our online services, we made the decision to leave some parts out and to keep them only for a service in the sanctuary, or for with a physical presence of a minyan. So those parts, like the Baruch Hu, like the Kaddish, are very important to me, and I'm looking forward really to have them back in my spiritual life.
Rabbi Shaked?
Yeah, I want to say the following to continue from that you guys mainly what Rabbi Emma was said. We were just about to begin streaming. We were thinking about it. Say, yeah, sure, we'll start streaming our services. Yeah, we got a small donation. We said we'll buy a good camera. The young adults will do it. There was some volunteer was about to do it. It was always just about to happen. And when it was just about to happen, we entered to the COVID. Everything changed. We just did it. It was so easy. It was so easy. It wasn't even a big deal. And we adapted to it immediately because we humans, we are good in adapting, and we have adaptive intelligence. We have a high level of adaptive intelligence. So I wanted to mention on top of the shul that I'm doing a 7 o'clock morning davening. So I pray in my sins from like a regular Israeli, the conservative movement prayer book. I gave the people the link, and I say, if you want to follow me in my pace. So it's like 45 minutes, and I have some 6-7 people with me, which is interesting, 5 to 7 people every morning, which take the toil to daven with me. And when we will come back, I'm going to continue this 7 o'clock morning thing, because I think it will gain more momentum and people might need it. And we talk about the Jews in wherever. So it's kind of the least I can do, because anyhow I would have davened my davening. So that is done. When we become back to shul, we have to acknowledge that we became hybrid creatures. We live in the reality and we live in the matrix. We are hybrid creatures, Greg. And somebody told me that during this period, we took the blue pill and the red pill together, and now we're kind of trying to manage our way. So what I can say is that doesn't matter what's the method, what's important is the authenticity of the spirit, the kind of sharpness of the spirit and of the content. What's the content? In a way, it doesn't matter how we present it, and we'll find what is meant to be a hybrid creatures. The main thing is that the spirit remains the same, and we can claim continuity from the generations before us to the teaching, via the teaching that we give, with how we work with the young adults, with the youth, the young adults, the Bar-Mitzvah classes, and the generation that we will come to and how we are facing the Judaism of the rest of the 21st century.
Beautiful. So we've got time maybe for one more thought or question, and then we're going to wrap up this panel. Anyone want to share a question, a thought, or a comment? So Peter Hawker is asking on Facebook, do 10 people on a virtual system like Zoom count as a minyan? Yeah, Rabbi Shell, Sophia and I were having a chat about this in planning for the panel. This is a brilliant question, and one that actually Ondi is doing some research on at the moment. It's not just that each movement has their own opinion on this question. As you heard already, Rabbi Shell said that in his congregation they don't do the Kaddish or the Torah service or the Baruch Hu. And for those who log into us, you'll know at Temple Israel that we do those, and we do regard 10 people virtually as a minyan. But it's not even a progressive Orthodox thing. So there are Orthodox communities that are answering that question in all kinds of ways. Some of them are counting Zoom windows open and unmuted as voices of a minyan to respond. Others are doing creative things, like I just learned of a community in Cape Town that held Shiva prayers, and at the end of the service, they didn't during the prayers do anything minyanish, but at the end of the service, they logged into a community in Israel that was a government delegated group of 10 people that can do a service and then say Kaddish at the end. And they say the names of the people that they are saying Kaddish for, and minyanim all over the world zoom in to connect with them so that Kaddish can be heard, which is said in a physical minyan. So there are all kinds of ways to answer that question. It's a fascinating one, and I think it's a course that I'm going to encourage Ondi to offer virtually on Zoom in the near future for all of us to log in and join. So just two comments that I think would be great to finish. One is Peter's from Facebook that says, in the real world, it is so nice to communicate with the tribe and feel a part of it. Being part of the tribe is a crucial part of being a Jew. So my question back to Peter and to all of us is the tribe just physical, or is it virtual? And Howard says, I miss the tradition of attending shul with my granddaughters and the wonderful weaving of the different generations sharing the same space. And I think we all share that feeling at Red. connects with me in my heart. Seeing families divided through a camera or with a fence because they can't physically be together is tragic. And communities are a beautiful way for generations and friends to come together. And that's something that we deeply, deeply miss. So I want to say a big thank you to Rabbi Adrian Schell, to Rabbinical student Sophia Zwei, to all of you who have joined us on Facebook and on Zoom. And I'm going to hand over to Rabbi Emma. Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach. Thank you. Yeah, to the three of you for leading us in a really thought-provoking and stimulating and timely conversation. So we're going to just share a little video to transition us from this session into the next session with Sophie. So if you want, you can use this opportunity to get up and stretch and maybe dance along to the music. Try to make this look nice for you all. Here we go. Oops.
Everywhere I turn, I'm so confused, so many kinds of rules. All these crazy people up in my grill always telling me what to do. But Mo, did you know that your biblical code that you read from a cold stone rock would be the ultimate do's and don'ts for everyone on our block? Keep it simple.
Oh no. Hold on.
Most people and most business.
We're getting a commercial. That was not part of the plan. One moment, please. Try this again.
Businesses can shoot a video like this. You'd agree, right?
Back to basics with the story all began. A decalogue, that's 10 for the road. Take amendments for the women and men. All one. Give it up for God who led you out of
Show the
Egypt.
screen, Emma. Show the screen.
Say while you're praying, we'll all take a holy break. The Sabbath is just for playing. Treat your parents well and live it up a long, long time. 6, don't kill. You don't get to decide who lives on time. 7, don't cheat. Over in life. 8, your words don't steal. It'll come back to you, and you know it ain't right.
You know, if everyone actually listened to what the 10 Commandments were saying, especially number 9 and 10, there'd be a lot less problems in the world.
Shout 'em out. Shout 'em out. Hey, I say it, shout 'em out. Everyone, count back from 10 to shout 'em out. Number 9, don't lie, it always hurts in the end. Wouldn't do it to your mother or your best friend. Learn to love all you have, jealousy never wins. Don't want what isn't yours. That's number 10. Yeah. Shout it out. Old school rules, one to shout it out. Come and go. Hey, I say it, shout it out. Everyone, count back from 10 to shout it out. Now shout it out. Old school rules, one to shout it out. Come and go. Hey, I say it, shout it out. Everyone, count back from 10 to shout it out.
Hopefully that gave us all a bit of a wake up and rejuvenation for this last round. We're thrilled to turn back to Sophie for some learning about Ruth.
Thank you, Rabbi Emma. So I feel very, very grateful to be a student at Hebrew Union College Jewish Institute of Religion. I have the great blessing of being able to learn with some of our movement's great teachers like Dr. Rachel Adler and Dr. Tamara Cohen-Eskenazi, who is one of the co-editors of the Torah Women's Commentary. And so the Torah that I'm going to share with you, in the spirit of what Brett spoke about earlier, this chain of transmission, kind of learning together and then being able to put Torah back out into the world. The Torah that I want to share with you is what Dr. Eskenazi, or how Dr. Eskenazi framed the book of Ruth for us